The accelerators came with cobalt-60, which can penetrate it very deep into the, it's 1.25 MeV gamma rays. So you can penetrate at least deeper into the body, and if you are rotating, you are reducing the dose to the skin from one direction, so you can still reach the target with a reasonable amount of dose without giving too much of dose to the skin. Okay, so that's what cobalt-60 happened. But then cobalt-60 is a radioactive source; it has to be changed, and the source decays, and then gradually the treatment times becomes longer. But with linear accelerator, I'll show you a linear accelerator machine. With linear accelerator, that there's no radioactive source. It is power. If you turn off the power, the beam is off. Okay, so the development of a linear accelerator revolutionized the field of radiation therapy. Within $1 million, you can buy a very high energy LINAC, and those are the workhorses everywhere now. In the beginning in India, cobalt-60 used to be used. There are still many places people use cobalt-60 because they are cheap. But linear accelerators are not made here, it is imported from outside. So they are expensive, but nowadays money is not a concern in India. A lot of private hospitals, they have a lot of accelerators also. Okay? Any questions so far, Soga? So you are getting some idea what is going on in radiation, or is just a refresher that those people who already know? So, then of course you have protons, neutrons, all kinds of heavy charged particles. They are experimented when they are discovered. And there are there's a laboratory called Los Alamos National Laboratory in USA, in New Mexico. They had these sources like neutron, pi mesons, heavy charged particles in Berkeley, where the cyclotron was discovered. They did a lot of experiment, radiobiological experiment actually. What is his name? The person who discovered cyclotron. I'm not able to remember his name. He treated his mother with that radiation, with the protons and heavy charged particles. Okay, the cyclotron. When you come to me, I'll tell you. Okay, it's not coming to me right now. So all those things were experimented, and how the radiation. What happened when radiation interacts with the tissue molecules inside the body? There is a indirect and a direct ionization process. In the indirect process, it goes and interacts with the electrons, and those electrons they get ionized, and they get separated from the atom. They go and damage the single strand of the DNA or double strand of the DNA. As a process, like sometimes that electron can hit and go directly hit two bonds. That's called a direct ionization. The two bonds are broken means that is very lethal. The cell cannot anymore replicate, cannot anymore divide. It's lethal. It's lethal. Getting two strand breaks is the aim. But if you have a very sparsely ionizing radiation like photons or electrons, they normally break only single strand breaks. And if they're nearby, then they interact, and then the cell can die. But heavy charged particles, they go and directly hit the double strands. So that's why they are much more lethal. But there are a lot of uncertainties. They are also lethal to the normal tissue also. So that's why they have a theoretical advantage, but there are so much of uncertainties, as we will discuss in proton therapy, that you have to be very careful how to use it. You have to know how to use it, how to take care of all those uncertainties, and you have to design plans. Even if with those uncertainties, you have created a plan that still some benefit, the patient will benefit from your plan. Okay, so that is the task of the physicist, to make sure that despite all these uncertainties in heavy charged particles like protons and heavy charged particles, still you can get some benefit compared to safer treatment modalities. Okay, why do people take risk? No risk, no gain. You have to take some risk, get some gain, but of course we are dealing with the patients. Okay, you have to make sure that the risk that you are taking is worth taking the risk. That the clinical gain is much higher than the risk you are taking. Of course, that's always life, that strategy. Okay, you take a risk, take a calculated risk, knowledge-based risk, so that eventually you gain something. Okay, that's what happens. That is applicable to anything, everything. Let me see. Okay. Important thing is, you are radiating both the normal tissue, you are radiating the tissue also. Okay. Then you are giving the same almost close dose to each other. Then why the normal tissue will not die? Because normal tissue has some, the microenvironment of a normal tissue is such that they have the ability to repair up to certain level. Okay. And for the same dose, the tumor cells cannot repair that much. So what happens when you give the dose and give a break, the normal tissue recover during that time, whereas the tumor cells are not able to recover. So some are they're dying. So the death of the tumor cells with time is accumulating. Whereas the normal tissue, the death is happening, but they recover. You cannot give a radiation dose without allowing the normal tissue to recover. And that's why there is something called a normal tissue tolerance, that every normal tissue has a tolerance dose. So when you give that dose, when you irradiate the patient for, when patient receives radiation therapy, the aim is to give the dose to the organs at risk within that tolerance. Okay, that is the planning objective of the planning. That's I told you in the beginning, the normal tissue complication probability to a lowest level. Okay, and also that the tumor cells, not all the cells will die similarly or with the same amount of malignant cells will die with the same amount of dose. It depends upon their environment, depends on the genetic structure, all kinds of things, very complicated. And how much cells will die with certain amount of dose is determined by the radiation sensitivity of that particular malignant cells, that structure. Okay. So based on that, those are determined in the laboratory by radiobiological experiments from clinical outcome, all kinds of things. So based on that, as I mentioned to you, using clinical trials, the dose prescription and how many days you want to treat with how much dose is decided for the standard practice. You of course come up with new ideas, try to do new clinical trial and prove that by a different dose and a different dose fractionation scheme. Dose fractionation scheme means how much dose you give every day and how many days. Okay, those things are developing now. Something that's called a stereotactic body radiation therapy. In this case, because we have so much of ability of reducing the dose to the normal tissue, we can give a very large amount of dose to, but keeping the normal tissue tolerance, the normal tissue dose with under the tolerance. It's possible now because of our ability of the treatment. Before, those imaging ability was not there. Now, in the treatment head, the machine that you are using to irradiate the patient has some imaging capability. They can take a 3D image of the body while you are irradiating, before you irradiate. So that way you can know that, okay, am I localizing the target what I am irradiating properly or not? Before that, the uncertainties in setup was about 5, but now those uncertainties have been reduced to a millimeter level. Okay, so that imagine now the normal tissue, the exposure has been much reduced. So they can take a little higher dose, and so we can increase the dose to the target to a higher dose. Okay, so this is called a stereotactic body radiation therapy. I'll talk to you more about stereotactic body radiation therapy, specifically stereotactic body proton therapy in the last lecture. Okay, so I'm not going to jump into that. But what I'm saying is, the dose and fractionation, all kinds of things are evolving. Okay, where we are. So there are three kinds of radiation oncology. One is the external beam. If patient comes and you have an external machine which irradiates the patient without any kind of intervention or anything. Of course, you have to immobilize the patient properly so that the patient is not moving during the treatment. We have many tools now to localize the patient, not to monitor the patient's movement. You see, nowadays the cameras are some cameras are available. So you can put some cameras in the treatment room and monitor the patient's surface. You have a reference surface that you wanted the patient to be, and then when you are treating, you are also taking image of the surface and see that what variation is taking place. That's called surface guided radiation therapy. So that helps for the patient to monitor the patient movement. And you can also connect the SGRT machine to your delivery machine. If the patient movement is more than tolerance, the beam stops so that you can radiate that. Okay, so that helps to prevent irradiating wrong patient at. Okay, so that's what helps to localize those doses very well. This is the standard dose, 100 to 400 centigrade per minute, and normally external beam dose is given 180 to 200 centigrade per fractions. And there is of course the brachytherapy, that in low dose continuous radiation like say iodine seeds and iridium seeds, all kinds of things, they are put inside the body and they stay there, and they have low energy, so they do not damage much of the normal tissue, but they continuously give the dose to the target, and there is some biological advantage of that continuous dose radiation at low dose rate. Okay, so but in this case, when you are putting a seed inside the patient or putting a what is that called cesium seeds, large seeds inside the body's cavities, the patient has to stay in the hospital. But no, iodine seeds are so low, even if you put inside the patient, patients can leave the hospital. Okay, but high energy radioisotopes, if there's a radiation hazard, then they stay in the hospital. And sometimes it's interventional, because you cannot put the seeds without going surgical procedure. So that's why brachytherapy, although is the most conformal treatment therapy, is not very much practiced. Sometimes physicians are not skilled enough that they don't practice it. But those people who know how to do brachytherapy, they'll always do the brachytherapy. Because in brachytherapy, what you are doing, brachytherapy means a therapy at a short distance. So you are putting the radiation source very close to the, either inside the target or very close to the target. So naturally the dose to the normal tissue is very much minimal. Okay, but it has its own uncertainties and all kinds of things. So something happened that we have development happened. That's in a machine. Bring that machine. See, I should not have, once I start, I can stop it now. Too much. Okay. Here, you see, this is a high dose rate afterloader. You might have seen it. In a high dose rate brachytherapy afterloader, a source, a iridium source or a cobalt source is kept inside this in a carousel. Okay, and there are some channels here which can be connected to a external catheter. So you can program it so it can come out at a different channels. Okay, and those catheters up to 20-25 catheters, they can be put inside the body, either surgically, or if you are treating skin or superficial lesion like a palate, all kinds of things, you can put it in some the flexible material and then put it in near the surface, near the palate and all kinds of things. But most of the times, suppose you are treating the prostate, then you have to put some needles, some hollow needles, and through the hollow needles these catheters will go, and then you have the source strength is constant, but you know that where the source is going to step into. Okay, you can, from an image, you have a target already delineated, then you decide and you put the catheters, take an image, and then from there you know that what are the position, and those positions can be optimized. Either you go there or don't go there, and then how long the source is going to stay there. That is also something you have at your disposal. So then you optimize them. Then you know how much dose to give to the target. Then you go. There's a software available to do inverse planning, and from that inverse plan you do optimization, determine the dual positions and dual time, and then give it to the the computer which controls the movement of the seeds, and then you irradiate them. Okay, so this is very much possible, but still then it's interventional. Okay. Okay, brachytherapy, we finished brachytherapy. Okay, not applicable to all sites. So this is called, there is something called intensity modulated radiation therapy. It is inverse planning based on dose volume constraints. Here. So the physicians give a detailed prescription that how much dose you want to give where, okay? So that's the prescription is given to the target here, and these are the critical organs. I am showing here you a example of treating a prostate cancer. So the beam can irradiate from any angles, but let's consider only 3 different angles that you are considering. This is a lateral angle, this is anterior to posterior, this is some kind of oblique anterior angle. So when you have this objective, what dose you want to give, and then of course, every time optimization process you get how much dose you are getting from different angles, then you wanted to achieve this goal. This is the first iteration. You start with doing some guess and start with this one and see that what is the difference and then optimize it. So eventually if you keep on iterative optimization, then eventually you will go as close as possible to this your desired level. Of course there are uncertainties that you have to take into account. That's a little bit more complicated. Let's not go into there right now. So then by doing this optimization, you get an intensity pattern. This is what is the intensity pattern. You get an intensity pattern here. So from this beam, you see you wanted to protect the bladder and rectum, so the intensity pattern looks like this. For this beam here, you wanted to protect the rectum, but you want to irradiate this part, so the intensity pattern will look like this. And for this, you want to protect the bladder, so that's why the intensity pattern will look like this. So you get from the inverse planning a theoretical intensity pattern, that what you want to use to achieve your goal. But how you are going to deliver that. So then eventually there are programs. Okay, this is the machine I am talking about. This is a external beam, true beam here. So in this beam, the electrons are accelerated they hit a target, and the brainstorm X-rays come out here. So the depth dose will, in the beam direction, their dose distribution will look like this, and in the transverse direction, depending upon the field size, what is the irradiation area, the profiles will look like this. So what will happen is, this is called lateral penumbra. You wanted to spare the organs at risk. You wanted to put the target here. So target is getting the homogeneous dose here, the prescribed dose here, but critical organs are being spared by this lateral penumbra. Of course, there's a depth dose here, but because of X-rays, they exit out of body. Always there's an exit dose. So there will be some dose to other organs, but by putting the beam from different directions, you try to minimize them. And specifically, if you have a rotational treatment, that is very much used nowadays. Nobody uses static single beam, static beams anymore, unless otherwise the target is very simple. But most of the treatments are now possible, something called a volumetric modulated arc therapy. Volumetric modulated arc therapy, that's called a VMAT. That's the most of the treatments are done there. In that case, this machine is rotating around and delivering a different intensity pattern at a different time, at different locations. So that's why it's called volumetric modulated. The treatment is given to a voxel, but that depending upon the beam direction, depending upon what critical organ is in the path of the beam, so that intensity pattern is modulated as the beam is rotating around. And when it is rotating around, see, I told you that you create by inverse planning a intensity pattern, and that intensity pattern has to be delivered. So inside that machine, there is something called a multi-leaf collimator. Very thin 5 millimeter, even 1.2 millimeter thick, wide, and thick enough to what is that called, to shield the radiation. To shield the radiation, 6 MB beam, nothing will come out of when the beam is hitting that collimator, nothing will come out. And they are very tightly packed, okay? But they can move around. Those are one of the inventions that helped to do intensity modulated radiation therapy or VMAT. Without multiple collimator, we could never do it. Of course, then you can do some compensators and all kinds of things, but it's very complicated. But also there was some machine, you have a, that's called the homotherapy. You have a binary collimator. It will open or close, open or close, open or close. So those openings, how much radiation you give through that openings can be also optimized. Okay, so to get the how to use how to get your the dose distribution that you like. Okay, let's move on. So these patterns are created and then you irradiate the patient. Then how we have moved in radiation therapy in external beam. In the beginning, when we didn't have image-based planning and inverse planning or IMRT, intensity modulated radiation therapy, or volumetric modulated arc therapy, the dose distribution looks like this. You irradiate a lot of normal tissue. So people used to have a lot of complications. Then we came with intensity modulated proton therapy, spared a lot of things. Then we came rotational volumetric modulated arc therapy, then we spare much more. Okay, so this is what is happening in nowadays. This is the latest development, and this is how a prostate looks like. And then we have also developed the ability how to treat a moving target. Okay, when you have a moving target, what happens? This target is moving around. Okay, so in order to irradiate this, what you have to do? You have to create an envelope of the target that's moving around, and then irradiate that. But what is at what cost? The cost is that a lot of normal lung is being irradiated because you are trying to create an envelope of this moving target, so you irradiating the whole lung, so the lung gets a lot of dose, and then people develop radiation pneumonitis and all kinds of things. Okay, so that's what happens. So in order to avoid that, there are many techniques are available now. You can ask the patient to hold the breath and then irradiate it, because the patient is holding the breath, you are monitoring it, and during the breath hold phase you irradiate it. So the normal lung will be the dose will be reduced. So that is possible now. So and I told you about IMRT, VMAT, surface guided radiation therapy, and then this is breath hold treatment, and what else? Brachytherapy and nuclear medicine. Nuclear medicine is also very much used for metastatic patients, that and not for metastasis, for curative intent, for thyroid cancer. Okay, for thyroid cancer, because thyroid is is a target where iodine goes and sticks to it. Okay, that's why you are advised to, if you are living near a nuclear facility, you are always advised to take some salts with iodine. Okay, so that will help you to survive any kind of irradiation exposure. So iodine therapy is very much works very well for thyroid. That's a liquid. They give the drink with iodine in it. Okay, radioactive iodine in it. Okay, and also sometimes the nuclear medicine is making a lot of strides right nowadays, because that helps to provide some systematic therapy or some kind of if the disease is spread out, you can treat them with radiation therapy, chemo, and then the standard external beam or brachytherapy. But you can ask the patient to get some nuclear medicine, and those radioactive compounds are tagged to a molecule which is tumor seeking. They will go and localize in the tumor, and there is a radioactive source, then it will irradiate it. So nuclear medicine is that's called radiopharmaceuticals. Okay, that's also being used. Okay, this is how you do it. Okay, this is the last. This is the last thing I'm going to talk about, and then we'll stop. Okay, about the introduction. So what are the steps involved in radiation therapy? First thing is the localization. The patient, of course, from diagnostic images, the physician, or from biopsy and all kinds of things, the physician has already, the radiation oncologist know already that what they want to do, where to irradiate. Okay, but then we have to bring the patient to have a simulation in a position in which the patient is going to be treated. And in that time, we wanted to create or make the immobilization devices. Like if you want to take the blood, if you want to prostate cancer, then the patient has to be localized so that the pelvis is very much in a rigid position, so that it is not moving all around. Okay, so we want to treat the brain lesions. Then you bring the patient, create a mask, put a bite block, so that the patient is rigidly positioned. You cannot change. You know, in specifically when you are giving very high dose, that you wanted the mobilization to be very rigid so that the movement will be within a millimeter. Okay. Sometimes they put a frame, sometimes a frame in the brain and the head, and screw it to the treatment machine. Those who do stereotactic radiosurgery, they might have seen this. Okay. I don't have a slide to show you, but that's what happened. The immobilization has to be very rigid, reproducible. If you do something that is going to change from day to day, then it's a disaster. Okay, so that is what happened. The patient comes first for a simulation session. They created that. Those things have been looked at and developed and standardized nowadays. But still, some more work is being done. Okay, to make it the localization to be as rigid as possible. And then patient comes localization. During the localization, a treatment planning, imaging are also taken, like the CT scan that is going to be used for planning. One thing I want to mention is for photons or for even protons, because the CT scans give you a electron density information, and electron density plays the major role in dose calculation. So the dose calculations are done in CT scans only. All other images are taken. They help the physician to draw those targets and all kinds of things. Nowadays we have a fusion software. So you can have an image from CT, you can image from MR, you can have a PET scan. All those things can be fused, and you have a great idea in the CT scan that where is what. But CT scan is the primary image where the treatment planning happens, the dose calculation happens. So that's why when the patient comes for a simulation, a treatment planning CT scan is taken. A treatment planning CT scan is taken, and in the treatment position, the local with all the immobilization devices and everything, the image is taken, and then it is sent to the treatment planning system, which is a computerized system. Nobody does hand treatment planning anymore. It was done long time ago when computers were not available. Okay, so when I started my career as a radiation physics in 1990, that's when the computerized treatment planning systems developed. Before that, it was pretty rudimentary. Okay, so let's don't go back again. Just like the people who live in using cell phones or smartphones, they cannot imagine how people were communicating long time ago when these things were not available. Okay, unimaginable. But that was the life that time. So and then after that, the planning happens. After the planning, the plan is sent to a computer-controlled electronic medical record, which is monitoring how the dose is delivered and recording it. Okay. So all those information are sent, then there is a delivery happens, and during the delivery, you have different imaging modalities, like as I told you that nowadays, you can take cone beam CT during the treat before the patient dose is delivered, and you make sure that the target, that wherever the target is wherever you want it, and then you can create a orthogonal X-rays. And from the treatment planning, we create something called a digitally reconstructed radiograph. From the planning CT, you can have projections of the different angles. Like say, I wanted to look at how the body's anatomy look in a orthogonal X-ray image. Like you took a X-ray from the anterior posterior direction, and you take a film, and that film will be compared with the anterior posterior digitally reconstructed radiograph, and they will be matched. If they then sometimes because of the positioning from day to day vary, you have to apply some shifts and to make sure that those two, the reference image and the image for that day, are matching. Okay, so those shifts are determined, and the patient is ready for irradiation, and radiation is delivered. One of the things we would like to do is in our wish list that if you can verify what you are delivering in every time. That is one of the weakest points in the current practice of radiation oncology, because we do not have the tools to see what we are delivering there. But nowadays, some development has taken place that, when you are irradiating the body with some radiation, that electrons, they can emit something called Cherenkov radiation. So the Cherenkov radiation can be imaged by camera now. So when you are irradiating, you can see some kind of glow in the patient's skin, and that can be calculated, and that glow is compared with the calculated glow, and then you have some idea that what we plan, what we deliver. Or another thing you can do is put a silicon detector on the exit path of the beam and calibrate that to a known dose and known pattern, and from there also you can reconstruct what dose you are giving. That's called electron portal imaging. Okay, that's possible. And for proton irradiation, when proton is delivered or a carbon ion beam is delivered, they interact with the tissue material and they activate them. There is some activation. There are some positron emitters, and those positron emitters those positrons will annihilate with an electron, and they can create a PET signal. So you can put a PET during the treatment machine and you can scan it and to see that what you planned is what you deliver. But it has not been successful. But those are the wish list. The wish list, if you are an engineer or if you are planning to work on research and development, this is an area that radiation oncology is waiting some new innovation to happen. Okay, how to monitor the dose, and this is very important for proton and carbon ion beams, as I will mention during the other lectures. Okay, so we have now image-based planning and delivery. Highly conformal radiation therapy is possible with all those beams. Okay, so that's how the radiation therapy has been developed to a very sophisticated, precise treatment modality. It's a good time to stop. Did you get enough idea about radiation oncology? And what the physicist does? Okay, the physicist role is treatment planning, but you have to know what dose you are delivering. So one of the major job of a physicist is to calibrate the beam, to verify the dose. So those are the things covered in the area called radiation dosimetry. And I believe Dr. Giri and Saurav, Anjan and Saurav, they have given you enough information what dosimetry is. So it's difficult. I will talk about the proton dosimetry, okay? Hopefully at that time, if there is something that you are not able to understand, I can explain it, okay? But sometimes what happened after being practicing in the clinic, some of the things that you need to know about the dosimetry requires a substantial amount of time. I cannot probably cover it, okay? So, okay, simulation, treatment, delivery, all kinds of things. And okay, let's talk about adaptive planning. I'll give a lecture on adaptive planning later on, adaptive proton therapy. So, as I mentioned, the patient comes for a simulation, then a CT image is taken, and that image is used for planning. But what happens if change takes place? You are irradiating the patient, the target volume can change. If the patient is responding to the radiation, the tumor may shrink. And also some of the anatomy in the path of the beam, they can also change. So how do you monitor them? So that's why, because nowadays, you are able to take 3D imaging in the treatment position using the treatment machine. So that's called cone beam CT. Those cone beam CTs are very much analyzed. And physicians look at it, they compare with the initial treatment planning CT or the initial cone beam CT taken in the first day. And if they see any change, then they think that, okay, we need to evaluate it. Then the patient goes and have another diagnostic quality in the image CT scan that can be done in the simulator room, or nowadays in the treatment room, there is something called a CT on rail. So you can do a CT on rail, because the cone beam CT is good, but it is not good for dose calculation. And the soft tissue contrast is pretty poor. Okay, the cone beam CT gives you some information, but the quality is bad. In order to get a good quality image, you have to take the patient to a regular CT scanner. So regular CT scanner, but they have to first see that, okay, substantial change has taken place. It warrants that we need to have another CT scan. You see, CT scans, you are exposing the patient. You do not want to expose the patient onto unnecessary radiation. Of course, they are cancer patients, but that doesn't mean that we will irradiate them as much dose as we need to. No, so that's a principle called radiation safety principle called ALARA, as low as possible. Okay, reasonable alara, achievable, reliable, achievable. Okay, okay. So that's what happens. Then patient takes a CT scan is taken, new CT scan is taken. Then you run your old beam that your plan that you are using in that plan. That's called a verification plan. If the verification plan compares well with the original plan, nothing is done. If there is some change has happened that is not acceptable, then you create a new plan. That's called adaptive plan. Nowadays, it is possible to do adaptive plan on the fly. Okay, there are machines available. The image quality is very high, very good with the cone beams. That's called a Helician or Ethos. Those are treatment machines that are available. So you can use them to do a online adaptive plan. The patient comes, you do the imaging, and you do the plan, and use the plan for that day. Use the patient to treat. So that has become very sophisticated. So every day you are making sure the dose is given to the target as prescribed, and we are sparing as much of the normalities as possible. Okay, and then of course you keep on continually monitoring if you are not using one of those machines, and keep adapting. So the work, there is enough job for the physicists so that they will have a job, they have job security. Okay, that's all. All right. So what we have achieved so far by moving. So by reducing the dose to the normal tissue and giving more dose to the target, we are able to maximize this therapeutic gain. We have tried to increase the TCP, and by moving this NTCP curve, because we are giving less and less dose to the normal tissue, we have increased this therapeutic gain. Okay? But what happened is, I'm moving gradually, taking it towards proton. Why we need proton? Okay. What time is now? I don't carry watch. Okay. So that's why I was late. What, 10:10. So in 5 minutes we'll stop. I'll take a break. Okay. All right. So these are the options, terms that I have already talked to you. Most of them. Stereotactic ablated body therapy. Sometimes it's called SBP, SBRT. IMPT, carbon ion therapy, all those things are for external. We have very precise location and dose are possible with IGRT, image guided radiation therapy, and surface guided radiation therapy. In photon treatments are mostly focused on OAR sparing with lateral penumbra and spreading low doses to large volumes of normal tissue. That is how photon treatments are done. You remember I showed you a lateral profile and told you that in order to spare the normal tissue, you try to keep the OAR in the penumbral region as much as possible. But the photons have always an exit dose, okay? So then comes a proton beam, okay? Let's see if I have that. All right. Here is how we'll go into details of what this is, but this is how the proton and carbon ion dose distribution looks like, okay? This is the photon dose distribution. Always there is some exit dose. But protons and heavy charged particles, there is something called a Bragg peak. And after that, dose falls up very fast. And that is called, that's in the beam direction. And that we call it a longitudinal penumbra. So the protons or carbon ions or heavy charged particles have something new, something more than the lateral penumbra. That's called a longitudinal penumbra. So having a longitudinal penumbra in addition to lateral penumbra gives you some degrees of freedom, more degrees of freedom to spare the normal tissue, as shown here. You see, this is a proton treatment of the craniospinal axis, and this is a photon treatment. Because this exit dose, you get all these organs get some dose, but for protons, nothing happens. Okay, this is how the proton machine vendors, they sell you to buy a proton machine. See, we can spare all of the things. But life is not that easy, okay? Life is not that, as you will see later in my lecture. So we'll stop here, okay? So I gave you a tour of how the current treatment the current treatment flow with the X-ray machine, and I saw gave you a very simple introduction of what protons can do. Okay, now we'll go deep into protons next session. Okay, all right. Take a break. I'll also take a break. Okay, so sit. We'll start at 10:30. Okay.
Should be okay, right?
Oh, this is being recorded. This is being recorded. What I am talking now.
No, that might stop.
Stop.
That is sometimes.
Ah.
Only 2 years is there. We're supposed to know as a medical physics student.
Yeah. Everybody's in? Start? Okay. Yeah, this is some of the difference between X-ray and gamma radiation, protons and carbon ions. You see, in gamma radiation, and then those electrons, they do the cellular damage, very sparse, not that dense. With the protons, you have some dense. Carbon ions, you see how dense it is, okay? So this is, the DNA cannot escape. DNA double strand breaks, so that's what called, this is called a high LET radiation, linear energy transfer. Every step the proton passes through, it transfers a lot of energy, that's called high LET radiation. And high LET translates into high radiobiological dose, radiobiological effectiveness compared to the radiobiological effectiveness is a comparison with a standard gamma or X-ray radiation, cobalt 60 or 225 keV X-ray beam. And the protons is only, in most of the region, it's only 10% higher. But this can be 5, 6, 7 times higher radiobiological effectiveness. But radiobiological effectiveness is not very well known, okay? So because it depends on biological property, which has a lot of uncertainties. So because of these uncertainties in radiation biological effective dose, the people don't know what they're giving. So that's why you wanted to minimize that. That's why these carbon ion or other heavy ions are not very attractive. The way the theoretical advantage looks like, the practical advantage may not be there. There may be, if you make a mistake in knowing the actual radiobiological effectiveness, you may damage a lot of normal tissue, okay? So that's the reason that people wanted to stay safe. X-rays are of course pretty safe, but it's not that effective. Protons are slightly higher, but the RB is not the uncertainty is not that high, but they are still high. In the last lecture, I'll tell you that how we can use that higher LET of protons to make in developing some new therapy. That's what my personal interest, okay? So that we'll talk about it later on. What else I want? Okay, let's forget it. This is carbon, all these things. This is done. This is done. This is done. I don't have to do anything here. Escape. Let's go. This lecture is gone. We will start our new one. Okay. Okay. Now we will do introduction to protons and proton beam production. Of course, you know already how the X-rays are produced. Electrons hits a target, and then Bremsstrahlung photons come out, or from radioactive decay, gamma rays come out, or you can have some X-rays coming out from the orbital electrons also. Okay. It works now. Okay. So I can stay here and I can see all of you. Okay. I don't have to stay close to my computer. So what topics I am going to cover? That is outlined in our course proposal. Protons, the history, proton distribution, how the Bragg peak comes out. Can you all hear me? Because as you can see, as the time goes, my loudness goes down. Okay, because you can see my gray hair. I'm an old man. Okay, trying to stay young. Okay, one of the benefits you get visiting institution like this, you see a lot of young and energetic people, so you get energized also. Okay, so that's one of the advantages of coming here. So proton beam radiation, Bragg peak, spread out Bragg peak. Okay, we'll talk about spread out Bragg peak, then proton therapy, and then we'll discuss our delivery systems. This is for the for this lecture now. But you already know about proton. Proton is the nucleus of the hydrogen atom. Okay, you take the electron out, you get a proton. And protons are present also in other nuclei. Okay, the proton is a hadron. That as Anjan, they work on hadron physics. Okay, so hadron. So inside there are quarks and all kinds of things. But we are not going into that. We don't need to know about gluons, quarks and all kinds of things. So they are very interesting. Hopefully someday somebody will use those quark gluon plasma to treat patients sometimes. Okay, that will be revolution. So this is proton, nuclear, hydrogen, mass. The protons are very stable, okay? They don't decay, they're very stable, okay? That's the electrical charge. It's a charged particle. What charged particle? Is proton, so positive charge. So those people who work in the proton center, they always deal with positive charge. They always think positive, okay? So, so you see, in our group, there are about 13 physicists. Our treatment time starts at 6 o'clock and ends sometimes at midnight, okay? So, and most of the times we work on weekends because to do the machine QA, patient QA, all kinds of things. So it is pretty hard, okay? The life of a medical physicist at a proton therapy center is not as good as other centers. So I asked my group, despite all these hardship, why do you stick around it? Because we like challenge and the protons keep us thinking positive, okay? So that's what happens. All right. So this is the proton therapy timeline. Honest that's Lawrence. I was forgetting about who is the person who discovered the cyclotron, Lawrence, okay? He treated his mother with the ions, heavy ions he produced from the cyclotron. Okay. Rutherford, he discovered proton. Then the cyclotron is built so that the protons can be energized to high energy. Robert Wilson is the pioneer of proton therapy. He is the person who proposed that we can use protons for radiation therapy treatment. At the Harvard cyclotron laboratory, they started treating patients. Okay, and he was the person who was working in probably Fermilab, and he promised one hospital that he can build a proton therapy center for them. That's at Loma Linda University Medical Center. And that's where the first hospital-based proton therapy center was built. They built a synchrotron and then they have treated a lot of patients there, okay? Of course, Harvard cyclotron laboratory is the first place where they started treating the patients, okay? University of California, Berkeley, because they have the cyclotron, they treated the first patient with protons. And after he proposed, and then from 1950 onwards, protons are used for medical treatment now. It has become no more specialized, because there are a lot of proton centers are coming up. When our proton center opened in 2006, we are the 4th center in the USA. Okay, there are centers in outside. There are some German, Japan, and also some in Korea probably. But USA, we are the 4th center. Now there are about 43 centers in USA, and I think I have a slide. Okay, around 113 operational proton facility worldwide, with an additional 32 under construction as of this date. 46 centers in USA. There are 2 centers in India. Okay, one is in Chennai, Apple Proton Center, and the other is in TMC, Tata Memorial Hospital. Okay, that's that. They have one. Around 3,050 people have received proton therapy treatment since worldwide since 1960. Despite the growth of proton therapy, it is only available to a small fraction of patients who could benefit from it, primarily due to high cost. Okay, a proton therapy center like ours costs about 200 to 250 million. And if you are building a proton center in New York City, okay, where what is that called? Real estate is very expensive. You can imagine how much money you need. So also in San Diego, which is very expensive. So it's expensive. But nowadays, single room solutions are available. In $30 million, you can buy a proton therapy center, single room. Okay, these are mega proton centers, like you have a big cyclotron, multiple rooms, and all kinds of things. But single rooms solutions are possible, and the cost is further going down because in order to treat the patient from different directions, you have to have a rotational gantry. But there are new developments that you can treat a patient in a sitting position. Once the patient is sitting and he can rotate around in a chair, you don't need a rotating gantry, and that will reduce the cost significantly. So there is, if the clinical indication is there, if the patients are going to benefit, then the gradual those kinds of things, the cost and all kinds of things will be taken care. But the major challenge is to prove that the proton therapy works very well for all cases. That has not been done. Only in childhood patients, some cancers that we have a strong indication that proton therapy is working there. Okay. So I'll tell you that why proton therapy is attractive later on. Okay. And we can create something exotic to make it better. That's what my plan is. My hypothesis is. Okay. So protons are charged particles. When a charged particle enters into the body, what it sees? It sees the body is full, is a sea of electrons, molecules. They have electrons. Okay. They have electrons. They have nucleus. Nucleus also have a charge. Two charged particles, how they interact? Like Coulomb interaction. So Coulomb interaction is the major interaction in which they lose their energy. Okay. Multiple Coulomb scattering. That's called multiple Coulomb scattering. And the Coulomb scattering or charged particle interaction is described by electromagnetic interaction with orbital electrons, and when they interact, they can ionize them, they can excite them, and so energy is transferred. So energy is transferred to the orbiting electrons or the electrons in the molecule of the body. So this is called d over, and as it moves, this is called the energy loss per unit path length, and that is proportional to the velocity of the proton, inversely proportional to the velocity of the proton, and the charge of the material nucleus in the body tissue, and the atomic number. So given, and I'll show you the formula how the energy loss per unit path length is how you can calculate it. Sometimes these ionized electrons, the electrons which are coming out of those orbits, they can also create secondary electrons, and they can have interaction with the other electrons also, and they create secondary, but they are short range and deposit energy locally. Okay, so as proton comes to rest, that is what happened. V is inversely proportional to velocity of the proton. So as V goes down, this charge loss increases. Okay, as G increases, then this will increase. Okay, so that's how this energy loss of the protons can be calculated. Results in the Bragg peak. That is the most important thing, that results in a Bragg peak. And the energy loss is a statistical process, and there is a range that where the range that the how much energy loss, what energy it is going to lose is statistical, has a statistical fluctuation, and this leads to a range straggling or blurring of the peak. The peak is not as sharp as we want, okay, because of this statistical fluctuation of the statistical nature of the energy loss process. Then of course it interacts with the nuclear also. Multiple Coulomb scattering small angle spreads the beam laterally. When it interacts with the nucleus, the beam deviates from its path and it spreads laterally. But that because it's a heavy particle, the spread is not as much as the electrons. Okay, and this leads to a Gaussian distribution. You know what a Gaussian is? Okay, Gaussian distribution with something sigma is a 5% range. Then you have an elastic nuclear collision, that is some large angle scattering responsible for large tail in the lateral profile. And these scattering processes described by something called Mollier's theory. We are not going to go into that. And non-elastic nuclear interaction, it interacts with the nucleus gets excited, and the nuclear fragments are created. And those fragments, they can have their own interaction with the electrons and the nucleus of the material in the body. But they deposit those very locally because they don't have much energy, and this may lead to a larger RB. And also when there is a nuclear interaction, nuclear interaction always leads to neutron production. How do you know that something happening in nucleus? Is a nuclear reaction happening? The energy, there is something called a cold fusion. You might have heard some time ago that the aim is sometimes how to fuse two hydrogen atoms. Okay, and when they fuse, they give up a lot of energy. So somebody did some experiment. He thought that he has done a cold fusion already. The the two protons or two nuclei, they're fused and a lot of energy can be generated. But if it is a nuclear fusion, only signature is if there's a neutron production or not. There is no neutron production. It's not a closed cold fusion. So it's not a nuclear reaction. Any nuclear reaction always have to have certain neutron. So whenever the non-elastic nuclear interaction happens, these nuclear fragments and they also produce some neutrons. So neutrons in a proton beam or even in a high energy photon beams, the photon beams when they interact with the nucleus as photon-nuclear reaction, photon plus nucleons, the photon-nuclear reaction also can lead to neutrons, specifically for high energy X-rays, 8 MB beam. So that's why those of you who are in the clinic, have visited a clinic, if the patient has a electronic device in the body like a pacemaker, then avoid to use very high energy photon beams because that can produce some neutrons and neutrons can damage the pacemaker. Same also that in proton beam, there is some neutrons. Neutrons are always present in the proton beam. So sometimes when there are patients who are with pacemakers and all kinds of things, we have to be very careful about it and just monitor closely. Make sure that that device is not stopping abruptly. So whenever there is a non-elastic nuclear interaction happens, the proton beam is absorbed. The proton is absorbed and is removed from the beam. So that's why the primary fluence of the proton normally gets reduced when there is a nuclear reaction. But most of them, as I'll show you later on. So at proton energy less than 250 MeV, ionization is the most dominant mechanism of energy loss. So the proton goes, interacts with the orbital electrons are ejected, and those electrons, they again go and interact with the molecules that are present in the environment. They create free radicals, and those free radicals and go and damage the DNA strand. Okay, so this is an indirect damage of the DNA. That the proton is not directly damaging it. Proton is creating, is responsible for getting some electrons ionized, and those electrons are interacting and they are creating free radicals. Mostly that is called reactive radiation species, radicals, hydroxyl radicals, all kinds of them. That's all known from radiation chemistry. So those go and they damage the single strand or double strand of the DNA. So one thing you have to remember, that ionization is the most dominant process. This is the cornerstone of proton therapy. That ionization that leads to the ionization is the most dominant process in the energy deposition of the protons. And this is the equation which gives you the energy loss per path length, per any distance, per unit path length. So this is the formula, and it depends on the energy of the and path length, proton charge, and the electron density. This is of course the electrical that dielectric constant, and proton velocity, electron mass, and that is the mean. Okay, is the mean ionization potential of the molecule, and that depends upon the G of the atom. Okay. So the mean ionization potential of the atom from which the electron is being ejected or ionized. So and beta is the V over C. So this is the formula. This is derived by Bethe and Bloch, and this is used to calculate dx from fast finish pools. So any simulation or any treatment planning, they can calculate the energy loss from this formula. But most of the times that is the dose deposition is calculated from measured data. Okay, measured data, you model the beam and then calculate. Nobody does a beta block calculation inside the treatment planning, except that if you are using Monte Carlo method. I will come to Monte Carlo method later. At low energies, very low energy, nuclear stopping dominates. At high energy, electron stopping dominates. Material property, the electron density and the nuclear density of the material, high atomic number. That if you have higher G, then there is more energy loss, as I showed you in the formula, simple formula. Greater energy loss with longer path length. If the proton is traveling too much inside the medium, they will lose more energy along the path. Straggling. Energy loss not a uniform process. Energy loss straggling refers to the fluctuation in energy loss experienced by different protons in the beam, leading to a distribution of energy after passing through the material. You start with a monoenergetic proton beam, but at the end that beam is no longer monoenergetic because of this interaction with the material. So with that, the energy loss is an average value. Okay, for a given path length, the energy loss and ionization fluctuates. For a given energy loss, the path length also fluctuates. So this is called straggling. Okay. So with that, with this straggling, then what happens is this is different energy beams. So you can see the higher energy beams, you see the peak because they travel too far inside the medium, about 300, about 30 cm or so. So that's why they have much more energy straggling, and then the peak becomes much more broader. Okay. So, but low energy beams, when they travel through a small distance, their peak is much sharper. Make sense? That's called energy straggling. I mentioned before that as the beam passes through material for longer depth, they have much more fluctuation in the energy, okay, and the path, and the beam no longer is as pure as monoenergetic as it started. So it becomes polyenergetic, and in that case, the Bragg peak gets little blurred here, which is not bad. Which is not bad for our purpose. The purpose is to treat a tumor. The tumor is not that a point or that thin. So we have to eventually use this beam to irradiate the target. You have to spread it to conform to the thickness of the depth of the target. So if this happens naturally, which is not that bad. Okay, not that bad. Eventually, we try to because let me show that we try to spread this by artificial means also. Okay, so this happens naturally, it's nothing bad. Okay, so long as the important feature is what, this drop. If this drop is sharp, then you have that's what you need from the proton beam. That is the longitudinal penumbra that I mentioned earlier. Okay. So eventually you have to spread the beam. How the beam is spread? You take the Bragg peak of different energies and then combine them. Then you will eventually get something like this. Okay, but at what cost? Once you combine them, you see that the entrance doses are much lower in these cases in pristine or single energy beams. Okay, but now you combine to do a spread out Bragg peak. What happens? The entrance dose goes up. Once the entrance dose goes up, so the tissue or organs at risk which are proximal to the target, proximal to the surface of the entrance surface, they will get higher dose. So sometimes the skin dose can be very high in proton beams. Okay, how do you mitigate that surface, the skin dose? You don't treat with a single beam. Unless and otherwise, you are treating to a low dose. That the dose is kept under the tolerance of the skin. Otherwise, you do multiple beams. Try to spread the beam so that the total skin, exposed skin is getting the dose under the tolerance. Arc therapy is better from that point of view. If you do arc therapy, you are spreading the entrance dose to a large volume. Small amount of normal tissue, small volume of normal tissue can take high dose. That is a biological experimental fact. So that's what we exploit. Okay. Okay, so then you can, that is the beam direction spread in the longitudinal direction. Bragg peak is in the longitudinal direction. And so why we have this longitudinal penumbra? Because after some time, protons are gradually losing their energy as they pass through. And at the end, they lose large amount of energy. And after that, they have no energy to go anywhere. So proton stops. So only because the proton stops inside the medium, that's why you get this sharp penumbra. Okay. So if somebody asks that what is the difference between photon and proton, photons don't stop. Photons, they get out of the body. That's how you can use the photon beam to take a radiograph of your body, to do CT scans. If the photons would have not been existing from your body, this would have not been possible. Similarly, if you want to do a proton radiography, or if you want to do a proton CT, how would you do it? Because you have to have the protons exiting from your body, so you have to have very high energy beams. So that is an area of research that sometimes people deliberately ask for very high energy, though you don't need them for therapy, but you need for doing proton radiography. Okay, so you can get the images of the proton, where the protons are stopping, all kinds of things. The proton stopping power that you can determine directly. I will come to that later. Okay. Did you get a clear idea what the Bragg peak is and what the spread out Bragg peak is? Okay. Protons, when the charged particle moves to the medium, they gradually lose their energy by ionization process. And as they move through the medium, their energy reduces because they are losing energy. They cannot retain that energy. And at the end, when the velocity becomes very small, because the rate of energy loss is inversely proportional to the square of the velocity. As the velocity goes down, then suddenly a lot of energy is being released, and that leads to a Bragg peak. And because of the energy deposition process is a statistical process, and there is a fluctuation. So that's why the energy, even if you have a monoenergetic beam, as the beam is going through the medium, that energy gets blocked. The energy becomes polyenergetic. It becomes a polyenergetic beams. The energy becomes E plus DE. Some additional low energy protons are added to the beam. That's why the peak is not that sharp. Okay, so that's why that blurs the Bragg peak. The blurring of the Bragg peak is higher for high energy beams because they travel through a larger distance. And then after that Bragg peak happens, there is not much energy left to the protons stop. So only thing is that after the proton stops, there is no dose. Anything that is located beyond that range of the proton beam don't get much dose. That is the advantage of a proton beam. Okay. And of course, you have a lateral penumbra also, but that lateral penumbra is not coming from the beam that is extracted from the accelerator. We'll see that, because that beam also comes very narrow, as a very narrow Gaussian. Okay, so you have to also spread that beam in order to treat the target of any particular targets of any of some finite width. Okay, so that we'll see how we are going to achieve that, to spread the beam laterally also. So this is what happens here. The beam that coming out is very coming out of the accelerator has a very narrow width, so narrow profile here. And depends on the low energy protons, they spread more. Their profile is a little bit much wider, but high energy beams don't scatter that much. So that's why their peak is much narrower. So they have to be spread out by some means. You can also combine you can put that proton beam at different locations, and you can combine them to create a usable beam, a large field size. You can combine them to create also non-uniform beam if needed, and all kinds of things. So what happens is eventually you have this sharp fall-off in the longitudinal direction also, either of the single single spot of the proton pencil beam, of the spot that of the beam, pencil beam that's coming out of the accelerator, or you combine them to get a broad beam. There is a lateral penumbra also. These lateral penumbra combined with the longitudinal penumbra helps you to reduce the dose to the organs at risk. That's all it is there. Okay. Photons, you don't have the luxury of this lateral longitudinal penumbra. In protons, you have longitudinal penumbra. So two messages. Protons stop. They have a finite range. After they stop, there is no dose. That leads to a longitudinal penumbra. So in addition to lateral penumbra, we have a longitudinal penumbra to use to spare the organs at risk. Okay? Remember this much. All other formulas and all kinds of things are okay, but you don't have to think about too much about it. So what are the features of therapy proton beams? This is true for only monoenergetic beams. Relatively low entrance dose, high peak to plateau ratio. Okay, let me explain you that one. In this case, you see this is the peak dose and this is the entrance dose. This is the peak and this is the valley dose. So you have a higher ratio, but that is only for monoenergetic pristine beams. But for spread out beams, that's not there. So if you compare, I think I should have a comparison slide. We will come to that one. If you compare with photons, for high energy photons, this is the high energy photons. Okay, you have a lot of skin sparing. Okay, because there's a build-up region in photon beam. As the energy increases, the peak of the dose deposition gradually moves deeper and deeper. Like say low energy X-rays, it's at the surface. You go to cobalt 60, it's about 1.1 or 1.2. I don't remember exactly. If you give to 6 MB beam, it's about 1.5. You go to 18 MB beam, it's about 3.5. So photons have a lot of spin scaring, high energy photons. Protons don't have. Protons only monoenergetic beams if you use, but eventually beams are combined. So naturally there is not that much of skin sparing. But if you design a method that you only irradiate the monoenergetic beams from an arc kind of a thing, there are a lot of skin sparing can be achieved. That is the new area of proton therapy, how to use arc therapy for monoenergetic beams. Any questions so far? Okay. I'm not asking you questions because I'm assuming that you understand everything. I take the benefit of doubt, okay, to sleep well in the night. That okay, you came here, spend time, you got something from me, okay. If not, then don't come tomorrow. It's okay. You can do better things, okay. There is a university where there is no attendance. This is for graduate school. The professor is judged how many students stay towards the end of his lecture, okay. So if the lecture is not going well, the students gradually drop out. They do other things, okay. So it's okay. You don't have to come if you are not getting anything. Time is precious. Use it properly, okay. At least you can sleep, etc. So sleep is the most enjoyable state of for human beings, okay. And in the modern world, you try to sacrifice a lot of sleep to keep up with your demands of life. So if you don't have anything to do, at least sleep. Okay. How the protons compares with the photon we have already seen. Protons stop, photons don't stop. Proton dose at depth target is greater than dose at surface. Of course, what happens is, this is true. In X-ray beams, you treat at a depth where the dose is falling, but in protons that the dose is maximum at the target. Okay, that's true. Okay, then let's discuss some concepts now that which we will be using later. This is called a linear energy transfer. Okay, this is dE over dx. It doesn't contain any nuclear component. This is just the electronic energy transfer loss by electronic mechanism for a unity path length. okay? Restricted LET. Sometimes some of these secondary electrons are of so low energy, they cannot go anywhere. They cannot do anything. Those are not useful for our radiation damage purpose. So they should not be considered in any kind of a LET calculation. So if you restrict them, then that becomes a restricted LET. But if everything is taken into account, every electron, secondary electron, that's called unrestricted LET. So, but that's okay. It doesn't really make a big difference for us in those calculations. So most of the times, people use this restricted LET specifically for a fast principle dose determination, okay, by ionization chamber and all kinds of things. That will come later, okay, when I discuss how to measure the dose. But this LET can be calculated, the average LET can be calculated by different means. If you take a track average, as the frequency moves, you take the how much energy is losing along the path, and then you take the integration or sum it up at different energy intervals, normalize to the all the total track length, and then that will give you a track average LET. You can also have a dose average LET in the sense that you take the dose at each step, how much dose is deposited, and then calculate the average LET. This A square is coming because the dose is also related to stopping power and the electron density. So that's why A square is coming here. So, but these are theoretical things. Basically, those people who work on radiobiological modeling, and they need to know the LET and what kind of LET they are using. So that's why you have to specify what kind of LET you are doing. The LET, I think I have a slide, The LET, you see there is the energy term here, okay? So energy, this depends upon the energy spectrum at each step where you are averaging also, okay? So, this effect of a LET is pretty complex. It's whether you are looking at a LET track average or dose average, but there are some other features of the LET also needs to be taken into account in calculating the biological effectiveness. LET is a physical quantity, okay? But eventually we are dealing with cell killing and all kinds of things. So that has to be converted into a biological effective dose. In calculating that biological effective dose, there are many other things that needs to be into account. That when the LET happens, how much cluster, how the dose deposition is clustered around. Is it dense at some location? All kinds of things are playing a role in calculating the biological effectiveness. So why we bother with LET? Because LET will determine the radiobiological effectiveness. So what is radiobiological effectiveness? Radiobiological effectiveness is the dose you require for protons to achieve the same kind of a cell killing as the reference gamma ray or X-ray. Okay, that is what is called RB. It's not a constant. Okay, it's not a constant because the same level of dose cell killing by proton dose can depend upon not only dose but also on the LET also. Okay, it depends on LET also. It is not constant, non-linear. Various models, most of which depend on LET. So that's why determining LET is very important. And LET can be calculated. LET can be calculated by by simulation or by theoretical means. You can always calculate the LET. But then eventually you have to convert to the radiobiological effectiveness, and that is the difficult part. Okay. I'll come to that later. Discuss more about the radiobiological effectiveness soon. Okay. Okay. So it's not soon. It's there. It's there. The LET and RB for protons. LET increases as a proton loses energy along its path. Okay. So this is the This is the LET here, plotted here. You can see when it is losing energy at the Bragg peak location or close to Bragg's peak, the LET is very high. Okay, so it loses a lot of energy. It loses for the same path length. It loses a lot of energy because the energy has been reduced. The protons is very low, and they lose a lot of energy in single per unit path length. Okay. Higher LET leads to higher RB. How? Because d proton is the RB until a saturation limit. So this is plotted here how RB and LET are related. So you can see there's a peak here. After a certain LET, then the RB is no longer increasing. So there is up to saturation limit, the LET, higher LET means higher RB. So, okay, so d proton times RB. So what happened is you have to find out what is the proton dose that leads to same kind of damage for this photon dose. I'll show you a graph later on. No RB data from clinical trials. But what happens is, because of this uncertainties in the biological parameters, the RB is mostly determined from cellular experiments. Okay, you take a cell line, irradiate it with some different LET proton beam, and see how much cells are being killed, and you see that how much dose you need for photons to achieve same level of cell killing as that protons, and from there you determine the RB. But inside the body, there are many complex biological processes that takes place, so that the radiation sensitivity is not the same as that you see in the cells. So the RB that you get from cellular experiments may not be valid to be used in a patient treatment or determine the biological effective dose in patients. Okay. Here's a question for you. Okay. Why is RB higher for a high LET radiation? Okay. There is an answer to that question. I'm not expecting you to answer this. I'm answering it. Ionization events along the track are separated by hundreds of nanometers per photons. I showed you a curve last time that very sparsely ionizing photons are X-rays are very sparsely ionizing radiation. Proton has some kind of some dense ionization possible at a high LET region. Carbon ions creates very large, high, dense ionization, much more densely ionizing. So that's why for high radiation, the ionization events takes place in a nanometer separation. Okay, interaction events leads to cluster damage. So when the double strand breaks because of this nanometer level damage, so interaction takes place between those damages and leads to cluster damage. So the DNA damage is much more effective with this the high LET radiation. So, but if they are too dense means a lot of high energy, high LET events are there, then there is nothing to be killed. So you have more LET, more dense, there is nothing to damage. So already all the damage took place with up to certain level of LET. So after a threshold LET achieved and all the cells are double strands are broken, you increase the LET, then not much cell killing is taking place. So that's what happens, that's the saturation happens. Okay. While dose is, you can increase your dose, but much damage is not happening. Okay, with LET. What is the reason for lower RBE with LET higher than saturation limit? Because what will happen is, you will keep on giving the dose, but the same level of damage will be happening because after a certain level of LET, not more damage is happening. But dose you can keep on increasing. The dose is given, but no damage is happening. So the proton dose is increasing, and RBE is what? Photon dose per proton dose. So the proton dose is remaining constant. Proton dose is increasing, but there is not much killing happening. So then your RB is becoming less because the proton dose is increasing. You increase the dose, LET is increasing, with increase of LET, there is no more damage is happening, but the proton dose is only increasing. So that's why your RB is reducing with the high LET. Okay. Okay. RB relative depends on LET, energy spectra of protons, dose per fraction, tissue and cell type, alpha beta ratio in LQ model, linear quadratic model. Probably if you don't know it, is just that this is the sensitivity of the cells, some cell properties, alpha beta. Increase in RB as alpha beta decreases. If alpha beta decreases, then is more sensitive, so the RB will increase. And the end point, what you are looking at, what kind of cell killing you are looking for. All these dependents are not known precisely, only approximately modeled. Okay. This will show you what RB is. This is what the final, I talked too much about this, but this is what you have to remember, okay? These are cell survival curves that is done in a laboratory. You take a cell line and irradiate a certain, with a certain dose and then or certain energy, and you look at it that how many cells are surviving, okay? That's called survival fraction. This is survival fraction. So this is the photon survival curve. Photon survival curve, you see, to achieve a 10% survival, you need to give about something like 7 gray. But to achieve the same level of survival with a heavy ion, you are probably giving about 3.5 or something. So that's why if you take the ratio of the photon dose to achieve this level of survival, divide with the heavy ion dose that will give you the same survival, then you get a RB at a 10% survival about 2.1. Okay, that's how the RB is determined in a cellular experiment. But if you change your survival, like I wanted to see only 1% survival. You started the experiment with 100 cells. You want to see how much dose you have to give with photons and protons or a carbon ion to have only one cell surviving, 1% survival. So you see that in case of photons, you are probably giving about 8.8 or something like this, and in this case you are giving about close to 5.8. So if you take the ratio, the RB is 1.5. So at higher doses, you can see that RB is decreasing. Okay, because the cell killing is not happening that much after certain with the increasing of dose, because we have reached a LET saturation limit. Okay, what is this one? So these are the experiments with different alpha beta value. So that's why they have calculated that what is the RB, because the RB, I think I have a formula. I'll come to that formula. Let's see. You can calculate RB using some kind of a formula here. This is a model, and that depends on LET and the radiation sensitivity of the cell. That's called alpha beta. That's called a linear quadratic model, in which the cell survival is described by a linear term and a quadratic term. Okay, the alpha is the coefficient of the linear term and beta is the coefficient of the quadratic term. This dose survival is equal to minus alpha d plus beta d square. Okay, that is I assumed that you know that. This is this is from radiation biology lectures and course. Have you ever any of you taken radiation biology course? If you have taken the radiation biology course, then you know what the cell survival curve is, what is alpha beta and all kinds of things. Okay, so RB depends on the dose, the LET, and also the cell sensitivity parameter alpha over beta. Okay, so this is a particular model by these people, Weidenberg and Tom Dasu. Okay, so there are many models, because these things can be derived from first principle, because this alpha beta, mainly the alpha beta. The LET you can calculate. LET is a physical quantity, you can calculate very accurately. Of course, then you have to decide what kind of average LET that you are going to use. So from all those things, the RB Only thing you can remember, the RB dependence, we know that they depend upon dose, LET and alpha beta. How they depend is not known. So in heavy charged particles, or specifically protons, the biological effective dose has certain uncertainties. We can only approximately know it, okay? We'll discuss it, that what are the uncertainties in proton beam therapy. RB is one of them. Let's go back. Okay. So that's what happened. This graph here is given for different alpha beta. So that shows that how it changes, the RB changes. So we treat patients with a spread out Bragg because this is your tumor. You wanted to spread the beams to cover this with a uniform dose, and this is your LET, and then you see the LET is also changing. So as the LET changes, the RB will also change. So this is a physical dose here. This is a dose, physical dose. So if you take into account the LET here, change in LET, and the biological property of the material that you are irradiating, then this biological effective dose will not look like this. How will it look like? The biological effective dose will look something like this, okay? Because at this point, the LET is high, the RB is high, this dose will increase more. And here, as you see, in this case, here the LET is not that high. So in this case, that probably at the entrance the RB is low, and as you move in towards the Bragg peak, here the dose follow-up region, the LET increases. So also the RB. So naturally, you can see at the peak where the LET is high and close to the Bragg peak, the RB can be much higher than the here, and from here also. So this is a very important finding, because this is what we wanted to exploit in the proton therapy. How? Because RB is higher, maybe we can give higher radiation to the tumor, so that dose we can give selectively higher dose to that part. Okay, and whereas the critical organs will be located here, the RB can be lower. Okay, so that needs to be exploited, but that's not done till now. Till now, what happens is written here. Experimental data are too diverse to give you that exactly what RB to use in clinic, because all these RB data are from clonogenic cell experiments. As I mentioned earlier, the cellular system does not really replicate what happens inside a human body. Human body is very complex. If you eat too much, the biological property of the tissue changes. Okay, I'm not telling you just because I'm trying to tell them to eat less or not, but this is a biological experiment at our center. There is a group who are looking at that what are the things that is affecting the effectiveness of a certain treatment. And they found that those mice, those who are deprived of food, they don't eat too much, they do very well. Okay, they do very well. So that is what happened is all those things, and how the body's immune system is, all kinds of things. So they determine the sensitivity of the tumor cell killing and the normal tissue complication. So that's why the experimental data from results from cellular experiments may not exactly be transformed or be used for analyzing the clinical outcome data. You have to take the clinical outcome data, from there do some modeling and try to figure out. But those are very difficult things, because when we treat the patient, we try to reduce the risk of any kind of organs at risk, the toxicity and all kinds of things. So naturally, the data you are looking at are very safe data. So how do you know that what is the extra dose you have given to the organs at risk? Because you have been so conservative that you have not given much dose to the organs at risk. So naturally, the clinical outcome data are not that that useful, but eventually that's what guides us. You look at it, certain patients, and see by doing certain kind of treatment delivery, how they look like, and learn from there. And use whatever you learn, some of your metrics you develop and use them. That's what the goal is. Now more and more patients are treated with protons, we have more patient outcome data, and we can learn from there. Okay, there have been papers published that when you see there is some high LET distribution inside the brain, some kind of abnormality, imaging abnormality are seen. So then people started thinking, hey, don't give high LET dose to these organs. So we try to use them, something like that. But it's not very precise. Where we stand now? What else? Proton range. Proton range is calculated with a continuous slowing down approximation, and is a close estimate of the average path length a proton travels in a medium before coming to rest. And this is calculated by this expression. You take the energy loss and divide it by stopping power, and then you calculate this is the average, or you can convert it to a summation and calculate this average path length. The proton range calculation in continuous slowing down approximation neglects the energy loss fluctuation. This model assumes that proton loses energy continuously along its path with no significant random fluctuation. But that's not the truth, but it's a good approximation to calculate how far the proton can go. Okay, so we need to know, because when we are evaluating the patient with the protons, we want to see how far the proton, what is the penetration depth. So we have to have a way to quickly calculate those. We'll do some exercise how to calculate those doses. There are people who have already created a table for us. We go and look at it and see what is the continuous flowing down approximation range of the different energy beams. Okay, we'll do some exercise, 5-10 minutes exercise sometimes when we have time. The rate of energy loss at any point is assumed to be equal to the total stopping power of the medium. Integrates energy loss. The CSD range is calculated by, I showed you the formula, by integrating the reciprocal of the total stopping power with respect to energy. I showed this one. Now the question, the final question is of this lecture, why protons? Why do you need protons? Proton has a rapid dose fallout beyond the range we already discussed. Can lead to less dose to normal tissue and critical organ. Possible to escalate the target dose. If you give less dose to organs at risk, then you have opportunity to increase the dose to the target. Increase the dose to the target leads to higher TCP, and less dose to the normal tissue leads to lower NTCP. So there is a therapeutic gain. There is a therapeutic gain. Patients can tolerate better combined therapy. So what has been seen is those people who get chemotherapy, and if you give them photon radiation and if you give them a proton radiation, it is seen that people who receive proton radiation, they can tolerate the chemotherapy better. The toxicity of a chemotherapy is less. Can you imagine why? Because one of the goal of the proton therapy is to reduce the dose to the normal tissue. And once you give less dose to the normal tissue compared to the photons, they can tolerate the chemotherapy a little better. They have a little ability, because these are called cytotoxic treatments, and they are toxic to the cell, both to the cancer cell, both also to the normal cell. If you reduce the cytotoxicity of one modality, you can naturally the other modality, the cells can tolerate a little bit more of other modality. So this is one of the advantages of a proton therapy. The medical oncologist, the people who do chemotherapy are known as a medical oncologist. I don't know how they are known here. They love proton therapy. They tell that our physicians, we don't interact with them. Our physicians interact with them. They tell them that is working miracles, okay, for them, because they don't want to see their patient to be sick after they get chemotherapy. And when you help them to reduce their sickness, they are happy. So that's how it works. Okay, the next thing we are going to discuss is the delivery system. How do you deliver? The proton beam can be generated by an accelerator organ, and what we need to deliver it to the patient. Major equipment of proton beam therapy is accelerator, gantry, couch, imaging system, and nozzle. I see. Okay, major equipment of a proton beam treatment. So these are the protons, depth, proton energy, direction, beam angle, okay, shape, beam shape, dose, number of protons. This is how you determine the what kind of a treatment field you need to treat the tumor. That to get the proton to the depth that you need, you have to have the proton energy, and that's by the accelerator. Then you want to give from different angles, then you have to have a gantry, and you have to have a patient to be lying down in a couch. Of course, this is no longer true. You don't need a gantry. You may have a rotating chair, and then gantry is fixed. That can be possible now. And then you have to have some kind of imaging, okay? So making sure that the patient is properly localized. Then you have to shape the beam. The beam has to be shaped to conform to the target. And for that, you have a nozzle. In the nozzle, you have a different beam shaping equipments are put into the nozzle. And then you are giving dose, through, and dose depends on the number of protons you are delivering, and they have to be monitored, and there is a dose monitor. So the major equipment of proton beam is accelerator, gantry, couch, and DR imaging to localize the patient, and the beam shaping, and also beam monitoring. Okay, these are the major equipment. We'll stop here. I think I am at the last. Okay, how much? One slide. How much energy we need? It depends on the depth of the tumor that you want to treat. So about 300, it can go up to here 250, about 40 cm of kinds of. This is without anything in the path of the beam. Let me see what is the next. What is the next? Okay, I'm also last slide for this talk. Major components of proton therapy machine: particle accelerator, beam transport system, gantry, nozzle, couch, imaging system, and treatment control system. Of course, you have to have a computerized treatment system to control the beam, to stop the beam, okay, whenever you don't want to treat. Okay, so we'll come to lecture 6. I finished 5. So we'll go to lecture 6 next time after. What time is now? 11:30. So we'll meet at 12. Okay, 12 to 1. And then we go for lunch. Okay? If you're hungry, you can, what do you think? That's the schedule. Okay? 10:30 to 11, you have a break. From 11 to 12, we'll have one more 6A. And then we'll go for lunch. Then after that, we have a tutorial. So that's a pre-discussion, okay? Since we lost some time in the morning to covering lecture, I'll continue the lecture, but we'll have some tutorial, 1 hour lecture.
30 to 4:30 will schedule, so that you have some time for lunch.
1 to 2.
1 to 2 will peak when they go. I don't know how any of our local students,
How much time you need for lunch?
1 to 2 will be okay?
Yeah.
Okay, then 2
to 4, okay.
But I don't know the situation.
Okay, and during the tutorial, you come prepared to ask me questions. So the tutorial will be effectively provided to answer your question one-to-one discussion, okay? All right, of course, you can find your answer from Google and ChatGPT, okay? So
it's better that they ask you, you are here. So instead of asking ChatGPT.
You ask me, I ask ChatGPT.
Okay, so let's take a break and then come back again. Okay. The tea is outside, please.
Okay. Okay. No, see that. Fine, dear. Yes, you stop it.
How we have stopped it?
Live
Okay.
You are ready with the
Yeah, okay, no problem. Okay. All right. Okay. So in this lecture, we'll cover the beam generation and delivery system. Okay, how the beam is generated, because in order to have a proton therapy, you have a high energy proton, and protons are not moving around. High energy protons are not moving around so that we can capture them and send them. We have to generate them. So it requires a lot of energy, a lot of equipment. That's why it's expensive. So we'll do cyclotrons and synchrotrons. Those are the two machines that are used for accelerating, for energizing the proton beam that's used for therapy. What are the machine components? Then we will talk about passive scattering proton beam and spot scanned proton beam. Passive scattering proton beam was the major treatment planning modality for about until about 2008 or 2010. After that, things changed. Everybody wants to go to spot scanning proton beam. That we will see why. Will come out. In our place, we have a machine from a Japanese company, Hitachi, and we have two physicists. They are very much well trained in accelerator physics. So they are the interface between the clinical physicist and the people who take care of the machine. Dr. Yoshifumi Hojo is one of my colleagues. He is the expert on accelerator components, all kinds of things. So while I was coming to give this lecture, I asked him to give me some slides. So he provided all those slides. So a lot of things are from him. So instead of putting his name in every slide, I'm telling that these slides doesn't belong exactly prepared by me. I borrowed from him. So this is a typical delivery system. It's not any particular delivery system, but this is a schematic diagram of a treatment planning system. You have an accelerator here, either a cyclotron or synchrotron, which we'll discuss. And then there is a beam transport system. The beams are coming into different locations where the patients will be treated. And they have some kickers here which will send the beam. And this is probably a fixed beam, not a rotating beam. So you have multiple rooms. So the beams are kicked into the treatment room, and then this is a gantry, a rotating gantry, and there's a couch. That's where the patient will lie and the beam will be delivered. So major components: beam production, beam transportation, and beam delivery system. Okay, those are basically. This part is from the manufacturer. Manufacturer gives you a cyclotron or synchrotron, depends on why you choose. That choice depends on the people who are building the center. Okay, both systems can do the job. There is some benefit in one and some benefit in other, and there is no perfect system. But the cost is a factor also, and also the size of the facility that you want to build. So based on that, you decide whether you want to have a synchrotron or a cyclotron. Once you decide that, then all these things are decided. Okay, so let's see what's next. You already know from our physics knowledge that the force that both the electric force and magnetic force, they move the particles. Okay, they provide the electromagnetic force here. That is depends on the electric field and the velocity of the particle and the magnetic field that you apply, and force is mass times acceleration. So the acceleration is then becomes q over m, and this one, and this q over m is the particle property that determines how the particle is going to be accelerated. And of course, these are applied things. That's the magnetic field and electric field are applied, and the particle gains some gains some velocity and kinetic energy, and that's what it carries to the patients and then delivers it. So it's energy transfer. Okay, it's energy transfer from the production machine to the patient's body. And what is dose? I forgot to ask that fundamental question. What is dose? Energy by mass, energy per unit mass. So once you know your energy, how much energy you are giving, and once you know the mass of your mass of the target, then you can always calculate the dose. Dose calculation is simple that way. Okay, and you also use that also to measure your dose, because you determine the energy, that how much energy you are giving to a volume, and then you know the once you know the volume and you know the material, you can calculate the mass. So that is what is the principle in ionization chambers. In ionization chambers, you have a known cavity, air cavity, and the air cavity, if you know the mass of the air and you know how much energy you are giving to generate certain charges, you measure the charge, you know how much energy it takes to generate a single pair of single charge pair. And you can measure them by electrometer, that how much charge is generated by giving some dose. And you know the volume of your chamber, you know the mass of air, and from there you can calculate the dose. The simple principle. Because the mass of the volume of the air in the chamber cannot be determined very accurately, that's why you do an indirect calibration. You do indirect calibration. You give a given dose and then measure the charge, and from there you have a calibration factor that you use to measure the unknown dose. Okay, that's what the basic principle of ion beam, the ion chamber dosimetry. Okay, that's also in other things also. You give in films, what do? You give a dose, measure certain properties of the film, change in the film. That's called optical density, and create a calibration curve of optical density versus the dose, and then you can determine the optical density of an unknown dose, and from that calibration curve you can determine what the dose you are giving. Okay, same thing with the calorimeters. We'll discuss about those things later, how we use them in proton dose measurements. Okay, electric force Q times E, charge of the particle, and electric field. And electric force changes the particle speed. Okay, that's very simple. And electric force doesn't depend upon particle speed. It is just but it can change its speed, but it doesn't depend upon the speed of the particle. The electric force. Magnetic force depends on the speed of the particle. But it cannot change the speed of the particle. The magnetic force also cannot change the speed of the particle, but electric force can change. But electric force doesn't depend upon the speed, because electric force gives some energy, and that's why the particle gets accelerated, and magnetic field keeps the particle circulating, because magnetic force acts in a perpendicular direction, as you know from your basic electromagnetic theory. Okay, Q V times B. Okay, so you know I'll go very fast. Magnetic force only changes the particle direction because B cross B is a vector product. Vector product is orthogonal to the particle's direction. It does not change particle speed, but the magnetic force depends on the speed of the particle. It's a direction change. Magnetic force is stronger for faster particle because that F depends upon the V there. Okay. So very basic concept of a circular accelerator. You already know probably this. You have two magnetic poles, north pole, south pole. It's applied to the perpendicular to the particle's orbit, and then you apply radio frequency electric field, and that electric field moves the particle around, and the magnetic field keeps them in that circle. A dipole magnet makes proton orbit circular, accelerated protons repeatedly. Okay, that's what it works. I think, and then you can do some algebra here. So the centrifugal force, the centrifugal force keeps the particle in the orbit, and then you can have this balance here is in equilibrium q times bb mv square r. Then it gives the orbit radius as like this equation. Then how much time it takes to go through one circular orbit. So you can determine 2 pi r divided by this. So from there you can calculate the revolution time. It depends 2 pi over m over qb. Orbit expands as the energy increases. Okay. You see here as the v increases, this orbit increases as the v increases here. Okay. Revolution time doesn't depend on energy. Revolution time doesn't depend upon energy because there is no v term here. Unless mass changes. If the mass changes, then the revolution time will change. Okay, how the mass will change? Mass change happens because of relativistic principles. Okay, as the speed increases, there is a mass increase because of relativistic Einstein's relativity. Okay. Cyclotron frequency is given by this. For 1 Tesla magnetic field, that is calculated as this one, the QB for protons. Protons Q charge and B applied and mass we know. You can calculate cyclotron frequency. Okay. These are simple algebra. So let's look at some of the cyclotron configuration. See? Basic idea of a cyclotron. You have two Ds here. Okay, 2 Ds here, and the particle, a ion is injected into here, and then an electric field is applied that moves them to the other D. Then there is a magnetic field. The magnetic field keeps rotating this one, and then as it moves, the radius changes. As the radius changes, so it keeps on moving and moving and moving. And as it is moving, energy increases. Then at certain stage, you just wanted to kick it out. So that's why you get a accelerated proton with certain energy that depends upon the applied electric field and also the orbit of the orbit to which it is circulating. Okay, that is the basic idea of a cyclotron. Alternating RF field is applied. So what happens is when it is here, it gets accelerated. When it moves this time, the frequency, the RF field has changed to the some polarity. So that way it will still also same polarity, so that it will circulate here. This is in opposite polarity. As soon as it comes here, it changes to the electric field changes, so that the phase of the electric field changes, so that it will also again keep on circulating. So that's how it gets accelerated in every section of this D, in both Ds. As the magnetic uniform, protons then started with the accelerated phase RF always come back to the gap in the same phase. As the protons, they started with the accelerated phase RF always come back to the gap in the same phase. Okay. Protons in accelerated phase continue to accelerate until they exit the Ds. That's what I have discussed. Okay. Let's see what it is doing. Okay, it's showing it here. Okay, it moves, then it is kicked out. Okay, that's we saw that one. Okay, let's go back. Protons in the accelerating phase on any radius are accelerated at the same time as the revolution time is the same for all the protons, continuous output. Okay, so classic cyclotron, continuous beam, magnetic current constant, RF beam constant, structure is very simple. And this is probably in the initially when the cyclotron was discovered or invented, and then but basic cyclotron doesn't work for proton energy for various reasons. We'll discuss these reasons and how they are mitigated. Okay, the proton mass changes. Okay, because of as the velocity increases, the proton mass changes because of Einstein's relativity principle. Okay. And the proton goes out of phase with a constant RF frequency, because if you are applying a constant RF frequency, because it depends on the mass, So then this mass changes, then cyclotron frequency will change. Okay, so option to keep proton in the RF phase. So when it moves from one D to another D, it is still being accelerated. Okay, so that's what you have to do. As the orbit becomes larger and the velocity becomes larger, the mass changes, the cyclotron frequency changes. So then you have to make something to make sure to keep the protons in the RF phase, or radio frequency phase of the radio frequency field. Okay, that's what you do. That's because of the mass, the cyclotron changes, so you have to keep the protons in a phase. This is the principle of a synchrocyclotron. You change the RF frequency to keep in phase with the cyclotron frequency of the circulating proton. You increase B increases. If the mass changes, the cyclotron, you can also change the B to keep this constant. Okay, so change the B to keep this constant. So this is either you change the RF frequency to keep in phase, or increase the B to compensate for the mass increase. If the mass is increasing, you change the B so that it is also still going to stay in that phase. Okay, that's how you manage that change happens in the actual cyclotron used for treatment. This kind of cyclotron are called asynchronous cyclotron. Okay, so let me see. That's called vertical frequency, azimuthal vertical frequency. Something like you have to apply. Yeah. So okay. So I'll come to that one. It's shown in some slides, so other slide. So synchrocyclotron, output beam is pulsed, magnetic field is kept constant, but the radio frequency is still varying. Okay, so structure is simple. So these synchrocyclotron are mostly used for proton therapy. The RF frequency you change to keep up with the cyclotron frequency change, orbit the frequency change because of the mass change. Okay, this we have already discussed. This is showing the relativistic effect of a proton mass. As the energy increases, that somehow the mass has some change takes place, and that is why you have to take care of by changing the RF frequency in the asynchronous cyclotrons. Okay, yeah. Proton therapy is about 70 MeV to 250. Yeah, because 250, the penetration depth is about 25, about 30 cm. I'll show you a figure, you figure it out. Okay, there is some data there. I don't remember from, I can't, that cyclotrons, yeah, you will see that there are some examples, okay, and some figures are given. Otherwise, we will look at it. I don't remember exactly. Whatever I'll tell is wrong. So we have to look at it. Okay. But the radial increase in the magnetic field creates a vertical defocus force on proton. If you change the magnetic field, there are some effects on the kind of a force this proton is experiencing. That requires vertical focusing, and that's called azimuthally varying field. You have to create a azimuthally varying field to again refocus this beam, because it gets defocused when you increase the magnetic field. Then you have to refocus it, and this is very complicated. That's what that makes this system very complicated. So you have to have some kind of a hill and valley structure of the azimuthal to create an azimuthally varying magnetic field. Carefully designed azimuthally varying magnetic field creates vertical focusing on the protons again. That those who are getting out of focus, they are again focused. So output beam continuous, operation magnetic current constant, RF frequency is constant, but you try to focus this one with this azimuthal varying field, magnetic field. structure not very simple. So I don't think anybody is, we don't need to know that details of this, because already it is designed by the manufacturer and they have their patented technology that they don't show you. So we want to know, make sure that the beam that is coming out is good for our purpose. Okay. You see here, cyclotron example is 210 tons. Radius is about 4 meter. Okay, 4 meter. You can see a human being is standing here. The height is close to that person. Okay, so how much a person is? About 2 meters. How long is a person normally? Meter wise, I know it's 6 feet, kind of 6 feet. So this can be 10 feet. But I because in America they use feet, I am not very much used to meters. Okay, so the diameter is about 4 meters. So it's about 2 meters high. This is the ion source for cyclotron. Hydrogen, there is some hydrogen interline, then there is a filament, then slit for ion extraction. Because here you have a plasma chamber. In the plasma chamber, what happens? The electron is stripped out of the hydrogens, and then you have a protons, only proton plasma, and then this is the extraction, and ceramic in central region of magnetic seam. Somehow you get the proton field out of this ion source here. So in the synchrotron, the output beam energy is fixed by design. The cyclotron will give a fixed energy, and normally since you are going to use for therapy, they give you the highest energy you ask for. Then all the patients don't need highest energy, so then you have to a way to degrade the energy. So that is done by a degrader. Degrader is a material that is placed on the path of the beam, so that it will reduce the range of the beam. It will absorb some of the energy of the protons and reduce the range of the beam. But then once you do, it passes through that degrader, the energy is no longer pure. The energy is also becomes polluted, or you get this becomes polyenergetic beam. So you have to make sure that which beam you really want. So there is something called a energy selection system, and so in the energy selection system, what happens is there is some kind of a mass spectrometer type of thing. So that what will happen is it can detect that where the different energy particles are, and then only select throughout all the other particles contaminated protons with different energy, and through the slit only pass the energy you want. That's why I call it energy selection system. Okay. Where is the energy selection system? Okay. It is described here. Okay, here it is. The mass spectral system consists of bending magnets and beam slits. Okay. I think I put a note here. I'll read it for you. In an energy selection system, the double band achromatic section works by the bending magnets to separate the beam of particles by their energy and then focusing them, while the slits then act as a collimator to select a narrow range of energy, discarding particles with too high or too low energy. The beam passes through a degrader to reduce the initial energy. Okay, causing, I already mentioned it, that when it passes through the degrader, the beam gets contaminated with low energy and high energy beams. The beam is no longer a monoenergetic, it's a polyenergetic beam. So in order to get the energy you desire, there is a bending magnet system which separates the beam into according to their energy, and there is a slit which is moved only to the energy that you desire. So in that way, if you are, suppose you started with a 300 MeV beam, okay, and it passes to the degrader, and you are looking for a 200 MeV beam, then that after passing the degrader, some of them may have a 210, 220, 190, 170 and all kinds of things. But just like a prism you put, in the prism you get the colors separated, Similarly, you put something a magnetic spectrometer, so that way you put the beams are separated into a spectrum, and from there you only put the slit in the energy that you want. Okay, that's how the energy selection system works. There's just like you put a prism, you put something a magnetical prism, and from there you get the beam separated according to energy. Then you put a slit, and then from there you get the energy you need. So, how the energy what the role of the energy degrader? It is reducing the energy, but by the process it is adding more energy, making the beam from monoenergetic to polyenergetic. You don't want a polyenergetic beam. You want a beam of a particular energy. So you have a magnetic system which separates the beams into different energy according to the different locations. And in that location, you move your slit or a collimator the beam to only allow the energy you want to pass through. All others are discarded. Okay. Make sense so far? Okay. Commercial cyclotron examples. IBA, superconducting isosynchronous cyclotron, baryon. These are isochronous cyclotrons. These are synchrocyclotrons. Okay. These are the energy that they can provide you. 230, 250, 200, 250. These are pulse. These are continuous wave synchronous cycle. These are continuous beam, but these are pulsed beam. The continuous beam means you continuously getting protons. In pulse beam means the protons are coming in pulses. Okay, so those pulse beam might have certain dosimetric implications because there are ion combination, all kinds of things can be different than a continuous beam and a pulse beam. Okay, because the beam is not always on, so between the two pulses, the ions that are generated in the medium, they may recombine. Okay, when you are measuring the dose in ion chamber measurement, you are ionizing the air. Okay, some of these charges they get recombined. That's called recombination correction. And when you are calibrating your beam, you apply for a recombination correction, and that is a standard protocol how to do it. There's a method. We'll see how we do it, and then that ion recombination will vary from a cyclotron which is continuously giving the beam and those who are pulsed. Okay, that we have to keep in mind when you are doing the calibration. You see the height here? I said 2 meter, 1.6, 1 meter. Okay, so that's what the height is. These are the diameters, and these are the weight. This machine is too heavy. This machine is small, but synchrocyclotrons are much smaller. Okay, 20 tons, all kinds of things, and they are also small. They are much smaller compared to this. This is superconducting. So this is Mabian system. Specifically, doesn't require a lot of space and is small, and that's why the accelerator is mounted into the gantry itself. Okay, gantry. So Mabian is the first company which provided these smaller systems that can be fit into one room, one single room solutions. This IBA machine here, these are very heavy. You put somewhere and then supply the beam to different rooms. But IBA also has some single room solutions, but the cyclotron is not in the rotating gantry. It is somewhere else in another location. Okay. This is a 50-ton machine here, synchrocyclotron here. All right. You can go back and look at it. This is isochronous cyclotron, and this is the that's called the isosynchronous. Then there is a these are isosynchronous. This is the synchrocyclotrons that the synchrocyclotrons, the magnetic field is the magnetic that azimuthal vertical focusing and things like that are used there. So, okay. So for us, the important thing to know from an accelerator is the energy that is coming out, and basically all of them have an energy selection system because they only produce one energy. and then you have to know whether it is continuous and pulse, all kinds of things. That's all you need to know. And of course, you have to know that if the accelerator is working or not working. You have to make sure that the beam is coming out. All right. This is a Mavian system, very small, reduces the cost from 120 million to 20 million. So substantial cost reduction, but it's only one room system. This 150 million that they are talking about is for multi-room selections, multi-room facilities. Let's look at the synchrotron. Basic of synchrotron, to keep central orbit fixed. Orbit stays same for all energy. This is fixed, okay? That the pre-accelerator injector provides proton of acetylene energy in the synchrotron. There is a bending magnet to form the proton orbit, and there are quadrupole focusing magnets so that they still, after the beam is making sure that the beam is remaining focused to stay in this orbit, okay? And the proton stable region around the central orbit. And then high energy beam transport, then there's the extraction. After it reaches the energy, it's extraction, and then go to high energy beam transport, the figure that I saw in the beginning, okay? I'm blocking you. You can go move to another place, okay? Or you know already, that's okay, but you don't need to suffer, okay? Because I have to stand somewhere, okay? Okay, good. To keep central orbit, magnetic field and RF frequency have to track proton energy. Depending upon the energy, the RF frequency and magnetic field has to be adjusted. By changing the output energy can be changed by changing the operational parameters. Okay, so whatever the magnetic field you apply and RF frequency, all kinds of things that can determine that what output beam energy can be. So this is our, we have a synchrotron system from Hitachi. There is a LINAC which provides this is a linear accelerator. In a linear accelerator, the proton comes here, and when you are moving from cavity to cavity, and the RF frequency polarity changes. So they are coming in such a way that always when in phase with the acceleration, so they are getting accelerated. And once it achieves 7 MeV protons, then it is a low energy beam transport, then it is injected to the synchrotron. So initial 7 MeV protons are created by LINAC, and then this goes to a synchrotron ring, then it beam then bump magnets to form injection and extraction orbit. RF cavity for acceleration, that you provide the radio frequency energy for the beam to keep on accelerating. Sextuple pole magnets to form extraction condition for extraction, extracted by RF kicker, and that is some electron static device, energy selection device, and a septum magnet. So that's how the beam is being extracted, and then it goes to the beam monitor. That's where most of the work is done for us. Once it goes there, so before it goes, there are some tests here making sure that the beam is properly focused, your profile is not changing than what you are expecting. Okay. So in the synchrotron system, what happened? Yeah. Focusing bomb magnets, RF cavity for acceleration. And so what happens is the magnetic field also changes. The magnetic field is varying in a synchrotron, okay? The magnetic field is changing because as the proton it energizes, its orbit will change. So naturally you have to adjust the magnetic field to keep in that orbit. The orbit of this field is always fixed, okay? So the only thing that you change is the magnetic field. Depending upon the energy that you wanted to get out of it, okay? So the magnetic field strength can tell you that what energy you are extracting. That's what the engineers monitor. That okay, the correct magnetic field has a something called a Hall probe. Hall probe attached to the magnet. The Hall probe will give you the magnetic field strength reading, and that's what they monitor, making sure that the beam is accelerated to the correct energy. If the Hall probe is not working, and then it will create a different energy. But they have interlocks that if the Hall probe is not properly working, the beam will not come out. They'll stop it. And also, what happens is these the RF kicker and that septum magnet, they have also particular parameters that they can only kick the beam of a particular energy, so that only the energy you are asking for will come out. Okay, so there are many interlocks, and to monitor the parameters of the different like the RF frequency and the magnetic field strength and the way that the beam is being when the kicked out, what are the parameters of these things, and it comes out there. Okay, because we are not monitoring the energy of the beam after it comes out. There is no way patient is treated assuming that the correct beam is coming out. So they have to have monitors to making sure that the correct beam is gotten out. So what we do during the QA, we measure it, okay, to make sure that that interlocks are working. This is MD Anderson synchrotron system, 70 to 250 MeV transport, and this is the room where the beam is rotating around here, and this is the linac here. There is a hydrogen gas bottle here, and that is injected into a plasma chamber, and from there the proton is extracted, and then it is accelerated by a linac up to 7 MeV. Linear linac is a accelerator just straight path. There are very high energy linacs, like in Formula, they have miles and miles long of a linac, so that it can accelerate particles for longer, very high energies. But for a hospital, we don't have that space, and that's why that everything has to be compact. So that's why instead of a linac accelerating to a large energy, we have a cyclotron or a synchrotron. Okay, so why we need a synchrotron? What is that? Okay, that's probably a slide that why. Okay, so this is our old therapy center, and these are the dimension of the synchrotron ring here, and this is the new center. So they have reduced by doing some more advanced magnetic design of the magnets. They have created a smaller orbit for the new synchrotron. Okay, the new synchrotron. That's what they have done. And then of course there's a rotating gantry, and this is the rotating gantry. So okay, we'll come to Hitachi, who has a lot of expertise on synchrotron technology. They are trying to create a smaller system. The one reason is in a synchrotron, the dose rate, the amount of protons coming out per second is very low. Is very low because of the nature of the acceleration, and because the beams are bounced, heavily pulsed, and all kinds of things. So the dose rate is inherently very low. And nowadays, with something called a flash radiation, that ultra high dose rate radiation works better. So they are trying to come up with something where that will deliver a protons at ultra high dose rate. Okay, so they are trying to combine the synchrotron and cyclotron technology together, and to create that kind of a machine. Okay, but that's still in the developmental stage. Nobody is using it. It's not available commercially. Okay. So So what is there in a beam comes out, then from here, then most of the high energy beam components are bending, steering, and focusing magnets and beam monitors. Okay. Once the beam is coming, it's going different areas. You have to make sure that they remain focused, and they have to be bent wherever they have to go. So you have bending, steering, and focusing magnets, and then eventually it will reach the room end of the path where the beam patient will be irradiated with that beam, and that, I think I have a diagram here. Beam comes here, then that's where the nozzle is. Usually nozzle is placed about 300 meters from, about 3-4 meters from the beam extraction. This is the nozzle here. This nozzle will discuss what are the nozzle components. The most important thing is you have to have a beam monitoring system here. How many protons are going to the patient? How many protons going to the patient will determine how much dose we are giving to them. Okay. And then there is a gantry rotation axis, of course. And despite very heavy gantry and all kinds of things, showing that the positional accuracy of the beam isocenter or rotational accuracy, the deviation from the isocenter deviation is within 0.5 millimeter. How that is possible? Because the heavy objects don't move very much. So because the gantry is so heavy, so even that's why it allows to keep the beam isocentricity very tight. So these are the proton oscillators. This is what we have discussed. Cyclotron, fixed energy, continuous beam, large size. Synchrotron, multiple energies, slow pulse beam, very large size, as you can see. Synchrocyclotron, fixed energy, fast pulse, and smallest size. This is a Mavian machine. Okay, these are IBA machines. This is Hitachi machine. Okay, for synchrotron, can give you beams of different energy without any energy degrader, because that orbit, that magnetic field determines the magnetic field that keeps in the orbit, same orbit. Only thing is that depending upon the energy, that magnetic field is changing, but the energy of the beam is can be determined very well in that orbit, and that's being extracted. So when you request for different beams, it can change the magnetic field and then give you a beam of that energy. So synchrotrons provide beams of different energy. You do not have to have an energy degrader to reduce the range. So that's one of the major advantage of the synchrotron. So we don't have an energy degrader. We just tell them what energy we want. A patient is not treated with one energy. As I told that there are some developments to treat the patient with the proton arc therapy with monoenergetic beams, and that is not possible yet. But that's theoretically it is possible. These are being researched, and there is only one place in USA, William Beaumont Hospital. They have an IBA cyclotron. They have done some arc therapy, but not with monoenergetic arc therapy. So that's still under development. We can do monoenergetic arc therapy easily because we have a synchrotron, so we can change the energy and do it. But the technology of extracting the beam when it is rotating around continuously is not yet available. Okay, so that technology has to be developed. But one of the focus areas for development in proton therapy is developing arc therapy. Okay, so yeah.
This cyclotron, the energies are like 250 energies. There are secondary radiations also that are coming out of this. The cyclotron itself becomes active, right?
Yeah.
So then the size of the bunker that is there is contained. Be like,
Yeah,
how big is it in the Anderson?
That's a big room, very big room. I can't tell you the size offhand, but I can show it's showed you somewhere. That synchrotron here is 26 meter to 21 meter. That is the synchrotron ring here. All the room here, it is written here, 26 meter here. But that is not only, that is the synchrotron area. But the synchrotron is not the only thing, but you also need something else. where is the room? It was showing some room. Yeah, you can see it here. That this is the synchrotron room. Then you have this beam transportation system. Okay, this is a beam transportation system because we have 5 rooms. So the beam is transported for a long distance. So there is a big bunker. Yes, sir. Your question? There's a big bunker. Okay. So the size of the synchrotron area is very well is drawn here. Okay. For cyclotron and synchrotron, energy and range is changed by inserting an observing edge, degrader, and energy selector. But synchrotron, you don't need that. This is the rotating gantry. And safe, precise, reliable rotating angle coverage of plus 190. Actually, we have a 360 degree, plus minus 190. So that whole can rotate all around the patient. If you want to know more about the different aspects of this cyclotron, syncocyclotron, and synchrotron, this is all tabulated here, very nicely tabulated here. I am not going to go through this, but this is a reference here. Yours probably I'll give you the slides. You can always look at it. Okay, this is not necessary to go through everything of that. Not it will take a long time. So. But these things are all very well known. Okay, the vertical focusing for a syncocyclotron is weak, and this is much better, and the synchrotron is pretty strong. Intensity control easier, average very difficult. Okay, footprint, the syncocyclotron, that's a Mavian system, is much smaller. The complexity cyclotron, this is easy because you don't have that azimuthal vertical focusing. So complexity is easy, average. Synchrotron is the most difficult thing, okay? Because you have, it requires a lot of care, okay? Expensive child, expensive machine requires a lot of care, okay? But that's what we chose. For some reason, we thought that we don't have to have energy selection, the neutron contamination will be less, and we can do spot scanning easily by different energies, okay? So that's, I'll tell you later on when we go into practical things, how we are using our system. And also, the power consumption is very high for synchrotron. Syncocyclotron, so Mavian machine wins from many aspects of a system. Cost is the lowest here, okay? So, but it's not that simple as it appears here. Because when you have a machine, very large machine, very compact and heavy accelerator attached to the gantry, it has its own problems and beam extraction, all kinds of things. So the technology is used, very much used at very different places, and a lot of people have a Mavian system, but I have worked only with synchrotrons, so I have no experience with other systems. But we are getting some cyclotron-based system, I-based system also. Okay, so that way, because the dose rate is so high and the synchrotron dose rate is so low, so there is some interest to study the dose rate effect and specifically go to flash radiation. And furthermore, the synchrotron facility is so big, you cannot have a synchrotron without feeding them to multiple rooms. It's not cost effective. If the synchrotron is down, all rooms are down. But with IBA or Mavian system, because these are single room systems, then you have some control. Okay, and one room goes down, the other room is not going down because they are single room. The accelerators are separate. So we are getting some single rooms instead of having a mass. Again, one cyclotron or synchrotron feeding to multiple rooms. This time it is decided that we will get 3 single rooms, so that they are all independent. We have a new system, new facility, just 2 years old. They have a Hitachi machine and 4 different rooms, all scanning beam. But this is an addition. The old center is now have to upgrade it. So that's what we are going through. So single room solutions are much cost effective, easy to maintain and all kinds of things. So beam shaping methods. Eventually, what time is now? Please tell me. I have 10 minutes? Okay. The lecture will continue. I have 2 more hours lecture. So I'll have more energy after eating lunch. Okay. So beam shaping methods. These are the kind of a beam shaping technique used to get the beam or the field that you need to treat a patient. Okay. Those are called passive or double scattering. In this case, what you do is you put some physical devices to spread the beam. That's called a passive or double scattering. These things are easy for me to deal with because this is what we do for everyday kinds of things. Okay, so I don't do everyday the Linux or synchrotron maintenance. Okay, if the synchrotron is down, that's the engineer's problem. So long as they tell me that the beam is ready for your testing, I go and test what the beam is coming out to make sure it is okay. But you need to have a technician team or engineering team who are very knowledgeable about a cyclotron or synchrotron. Otherwise, your system will be down most of the time. Okay, if they don't, so if there is not, because there is no beam, what can you do? It's just sitting idle there, and the hospital will be not very kind with them. That our beam is down, we are not able to treat our patients. And what do you do if the machine goes down? Because you have only one accelerator Linux, so that's a multiple rooms are with single room machines in multiple rooms. That will be easier. If one machine is down, you treat other patients. But you have a multi-room, one source room facility. If it goes down, you are in trouble because then patients come there to be treated with the protons. You cannot tell them that I am going to treat you with a VMAT, and they become very unhappy. More than 2-3 days, they become very unhappy. Okay, so that's why, although physicists know many things, they can repair the cyclotron or synchrotron. So that's why you have to have a great engineering team to operate a proton facility or a high-ion facility. So, and pencil beam scanning. This pencil beam scanning is now the most popular method of delivering proton beam. What is pencil beam scanning? Protons have a magnetic moment. Okay, magnetic moment. You can always take a very narrow pencil beam that is coming out of the synchrotron and have a scanning magnet, and that can move the beam to different locations. Okay, different locations. Just like in a high dose rate brachytherapy after loader, you have a irradium source, you connect to a catheter, and then source can move to different locations. Similarly, you have a very narrow proton pencil beam coming out of the cyclotron or the synchrotron, and then you apply a magnetic field which can scan the beam in X and Y direction. So you have the transversal, the lateral spread created by the scanning magnets. The bending magnet bends the beam to the room. The scanning magnet scans the beam in the lateral direction. In the longitudinal direction, the depth selection is done. How do you modulate the beam? By energy selection. Okay, so that's what the pencil beam scanning is. I'll show you later. But the uniform scanning also, in this case, in a uniform scanning, you don't put a physical device to spread the beam in the lateral direction. You just have another magnet to spread it, but that beam is not a pencil beam. The beam is a very broad beam that is coming out of the accelerator. So that's just like a very rapid raster scanning, kind of raster scanning, continuous scanning. So that way, that's like the television screen where the electron beam is scanned. So these are the uniform scanning beam. I'll show you some diagrams. So this is the physics of a passive scattering mode of a beam delivery. There's a very nice article in Physics Today. Those of you who are interested in physics, Physics Today is a great magazine. They explain things in a way so that you don't have to be an expert on a particular field. So this is what is explained here, how the physics of passive scattering mode works. You have the beam is coming out from the accelerator. This is the nozzle. beam is coming out and going through the nozzle. In the nozzle, all those beam spreading devices, beam monitoring devices are there. I'll show you a nozzle. So that is where the most of the work done by the physicist, and that's what we try to check those components very well. Okay, very precisely. They should work very well so that the beam characteristics are not changed. So you have something called a range shifter wheel that is rotating, and as the beam is going through, a different thickness material is put in the path of the beam, so that the back peak is shifted to different location, and when you combine them, you get a spread out back peak. That's the longitudinal direction beam spreading. Okay, so then after it comes out from there, then it goes through a fast scatterer. Fast scatterer spreads the beam into lateral direction. Then there is a occluding plug here, so that it eliminates those beam in this space and creates some beam in this direction and outside the occluder post and outside occluder post, and then you combine them, this part and this part, combine them, then you get a homogeneous profile here. It's a homogeneous profile. So what happened when it is going to the occluding post? It is a lot of protons are being taken out, so the dose rate goes down. But that's how you can make a homogeneous beam profile for the treatment, and then there's the beam penumbra here. So when the beam is coming out of a particular energy and spread out, your target has a different thickness. Okay, here the depth is different, here depth is different, and then you don't want to irradiate anything beyond this depth. So then what you put is you put a compensator here. So the thickness of that material in the compensator changes according to the distal depth of the target. So that is why it's called a range compensator. So the beam comes out, it is spread out by the range modulator wheel, but the longitudinal conformality, the distal conformality, not distal conformality, is assured by the compensator. Okay, compensator is a device where different materials are being taken out from a uniform block of plastic or paraffin, so that the depth of the material, the thickness of the material the beam is going through changes according to the distal shape of the target. Okay, so this is the beam longitudinal direction. In the lateral direction, you put some collimators, you put some blocks and irregular blocks, so that it conforms to the shape of the target in the lateral direction. Okay, so these are purely physical devices put in the beam path. So in order to get a conformal dose distribution that conforms to the distal edge of the target and the lateral edge of the target. But one thing you see here, because by putting different amount of material in the compensating material, you can conform only to the distal part. You cannot conform to the proximal part. So proximal part, there is no control in the passive scattering beam. Okay, you get whatever you get, and so the scanning beam you can do that. So that's one of the advantages of scanning beam, that you can have both a distal conformality as well as the proximal conformality. When I am talking about distal and proximal conformity, I am talking about the longitudinal direction. Okay, and when I am talking about the transverse direction, this is the beam penumbra in which the target is kept, and that beam penumbra can be made sharper by putting this by putting these apertures close there, and of course that has to be, that will conform to the shape of the target also. Okay, so this is what happened. That is whatever you saw in the other diagram. This is exactly that's what happened. The beam goes here, fast scatterer, then you get a Gaussian beam here. Take out the Gaussian peak here. Then you have these two beams, and then you put the collimator and combine them, and then they will give a uniform beam. Okay, so normally for doing this, when you want to spread the beam too far away from the central axis, the protons are being spread too far away, so the dose rate will suffer. If the same number of protons that is coming out, they are being spread out in the lateral direction, the dose rate will reduce. Okay, so in order to and also your field has to be large enough to treat the large tumor. So that's why the ISO center or the treatment distance from the beam source is very large in proton beams, because that will spread the beam later on, so that way you get a large fields. You can expand the field to your treatment. Okay, we'll stop soon. So this is the lateral profile of that passive scattering beam, and these are the spread out black beam we already shown by putting a range modulating wheel there, and this is the passive scattering nozzle. So in the passive scattering nozzle, the beam is coming here. You have the profile monitor that the beam that is coming out is good. There is no contamination, and this monitors the beam. Then you have a range modulating wheel to spread the beam in the longitudinal direction. Then you have a second scatterer. Then you can have an X-ray tube to take the image of the patient that is being treated. Then there are range shifters that will help to reduce the beam to whatever magnitude you want it to, because the beam is coming with a particular energy. That energy may not be, in synchrotron. You can have various choices, but that change of energy from one energy to another energy takes some time. So in order to save that time, you can keep the same energy, but add some range shifters here, just like the energy degrader. Okay, that was in a passive scheme in order to reduce the number of beams that you are asking for. So that way the layer changing time can be reduced. But this adds more work, or adds also more neutrons also. Once you put range shifters, they can produce more neutrons. So in the pencil scanning beam, when you are in a synchrotron, when you don't need a range shifter, what you do is you just change the energy layers. Then what happens? There's a dose monitor, of course. You have to monitor the dose, and then flatness monitor, and then square collimator. Then you have the patient-specific collimators, and this is the range compensator here, and this is the irradiation head. So here there's this is a block collimator, but all the collimator and the compensators can be put it here. In order to get sharper penumbra, these devices should be put as close as to the patient. Okay, because if you have a large air gap, the penumbra will be broader. So that's why all these things are placed in a movable snout, so that depending upon the patient setup and all kinds of things, you can move it to whatever closest location without creating collision with the patient. Okay, so that's how these nozzles are designed. Okay, we'll stop here and we'll continue. Okay, with the scanning beam. On good progress. Normally it takes longer. Yeah, please. Okay. Yeah, I am ready. There are some students. Some students are still missing. Yeah, we'll wait for
You are
them.
around, all of them are. So like nobody is running away.
Yeah,
You'll be in the campus.
no problem. Let them come.
Where are Hyderabad students?
They already know everything. They don't need training.
Will take some time.
Yeah. No problem. Okay, I think we are all of us here. So we will start discussing the most interesting part of proton beam system at the proton pencil beam scanning mode, because all the modern proton therapy facilities are doing this now. See, the passive scattering mode that I described, that uses hardware. You have to have a compensator, you have to have a range modulating wheel. What range modulating wheel is? Just rapidly rotating and putting variable amount of material in the path of the beam. So the pristine Bragg peaks are shifted to proximal direction, and if you combine, you get a spread out Bragg peak. The apertures are used for conforming to the shape of the target. A range compensator is used to compensate for the differential depth, distal depth of the target. So all those things are needed to be manufactured for every patient. So passive scattering beam or double scattering beam is very hardware extensive, that you need to have those things done. So now I briefly described what the scanning beam is. You have the narrow beam, now time to get up. It's a narrow beam that is coming out of the accelerator, is dynamically changed to different locations with these two scanning magnets. And then if you want to irradiate this one, then you adjust the energy of the beam by asking in a synchrotron different energy level, or putting a range shifter here, or using the energy degrader to choose your range of the beam. So some of the spots, pencil beams will go there, some will go here. So that's why the dose will be conforming in the longitudinal direction to the deepest depth and the most proximal part. So that's what happened. So even how lateral profile is, this is in the longitudinal direction. How the lateral profile is evolving, because you have a spot here, spot here, spot here, spot here. You combine them, then it will give you a uniform field to irradiate the target uniformly. So the scanning magnet is doing the trick. Okay, it is providing the spots at different locations, and if you combine the spot profiles, then you get a uniform beam those there. Okay, that is what the scanning beam is. Let's see what my next slide is. Next slide is nothing, same things. Okay. Okay. My friend, can you look at it why it's not working? Is working now? What? This is a laser, but moving.
The cells are the cells are not that way.
Okay, no problem.
Can
Yeah. I can start my.
okay.
It's working. Okay, okay. Let me go back and close it and start again.
Let's update this issue with the cells.
Okay, now?
Yeah.
Wonderful. You have a miracle hand which does miracles. Okay. You have good hands. Ah, why? Not here. Why is that so? No, not from current side. Sorry. Okay, we are getting there. Okay, everything is good. No worries. Okay, so yeah. So this is what happens. Let's see what's your next. So this will see dynamically what happens. This is the pencil beam here. You have two scanning magnets, and you have a target layer that you wanted to irradiate. Then you send a spot there, go to different location, then go to different location. Then you have a different layer, proximal layer, and in order to bring the energy there, either you choose the different energy from the synchrotron, or put an shifter there, or energy degrader. So if you have energy selection, you select the energy so that the next spot will go to that proximal layer, and you continue, move from deepest layer to the proximal layer and scan and put the proton beam wherever it is needed. There's another way also you can see here. This is called discrete spot scanning. In discrete spot scanning, you put the spots one by one, one by one. The one spot is delivered, there is no beam. Another spot delivered, no beam. But you can also have a continuous scanning. We are trying to reduce the time between one spot moving from one spot to another spot. So you can just continuously also move the spots. That is possible nowadays. The technology was not available, but now it is becoming available. That is called dose-driven continuous scanning. That's a new technology that is going to be is gradually being introduced. But look at it, how it is done. First, the target is separate. This is your target. The target is separated into different layers: deepest layer and the proximal layer. Okay, and then a layer is divided into some possible spot locations that where the spot can go. That's all the available spot location. And how do you decide what are the spot location? Because you decide in your planning what is the spot spacing. That how much of spot spacing you wanted to use in order to deposit those spots. Okay, that is the planning parameter. So once you decide that, then spots are irradiated one by one. Let's see how it is done. It goes to the deepest layer. You see, this energy is irradiating this deepest layer now, okay? And then you go to a same layer but a different location. And then you move to another layer, proximal layer, so you can see the energy is reduced, the black peak is somewhere else, and you are doing something another layer. And that's the same layer. After finish, you do layer by layer, and then all of them are combined. Then you get the uniform dose what you want. Okay, this is giving a uniform dose to the target is now normal standard. Okay, normal practice, because physicians have, but something the biology from radiation oncology, radiation biology. It is probably in the early stages when we used to do 2D planning or 3D planning, that was a good concept. But now with intensity modulated planning, we can give what in a target whatever dose you want. Only thing we don't know that what dose to give where, okay? Once that is determined by other means, okay, suppose you have a PET scan, okay, you did a PET scan of a patient. PET scan provides you functional imaging, that how the tumor is functioning, how much sugar intake. Okay, PET scan is probably giving you the sugar intake of different regions of the tumor. And there is a hypothesis sugar intake depends upon how aggressively the tumor is active. More sugar intake, the tumor is more active. So if you know there is a sub-compartment of the target which is very active, aggressively active, we can probably, we have a very good biology geneticist there, okay? So he will tell us, maybe there is some correlation with the nature of the target with the intake. I'm giving you one example. That may not be true. The sugar hungry target is the cancer cells are hungry for energy, they take it. We think that a hungrier target is the most dominant part of the cancer that we need to eradicate. That's a hypothesis that has to be proven. And that is proven in some sense, in the sense that within the target, when you go to discuss treatment planning, there is something we define gross target volume. Then there's a clinical target volume. So then within the gross target volume, you can have sub volumes. You know? In treating head and neck cancer, normally the physicians defined 4 or 5 targets. Some peripheral target to a low dose, interior target to a higher dose, more interior dose to more higher dose to another interior dose, and very small volume, very large dose. So that's why I'm telling you that this concept of giving a uniform dose may not be possible, may not be necessary. But intensity modulated proton therapy, volumetric modulated arc therapy, or simple intensity modulated radiation therapy has the capability to optimize your dose distribution in a non-homogeneous way. That is called simultaneously integrated boost. You are treating a large volume to a large dose, a small dose. You are gradually reducing doses to, you are giving higher doses to selected sub volumes of the target simultaneously. You know, that is something called a sequential boosting. In the sequential boosting, what you do is you give a dose to a large volume for some time and then cone down and then give some dose to a smaller volume and all kinds of things. Because it depends on the target, how much dose you need to sterilize. The whole aim is just to disable the target, that cells, cancer cells, to stop dividing. Okay, disable them to divide or stop them dividing, and that's what the goal is. So this digression I made just to tell you that this is the concept that giving a uniform dose has been there for a long time, and we are gradually changing that paradigm. The paradigm is to identify where the most dose is needed and then give it to them. Okay. Okay. So this is the nozzle of a spot scanning nozzle. Beam comes here, there's a profile monitor. This profile monitor is there in the passive beam also. What this profile monitor does is that the beam that is coming out is checking if this beam has the correct parameters or not. Okay. If the beam coming out is polluted, is corrupted, or not up to the reference profile that you are looking for, then beam will stop here. It will not go there, and you need to look at your oscillator parameters and extraction parameters, make sure that beam profile is properly restored. Okay. Then we have a scanning magnet that scan the beam to different directions in XY direction. The scanning is done in XY direction, and then goes through helium chamber. Then there's a spot position monitor. Because you are moving the spot from one location to another location, you have to make sure that spots are going where else they were supposed to. If they're not going, there was an accident happened in Germany. Somehow the scanning magnet was not working. So all the spots go into one location. Imagine that this dose is very high, the patient died. So this is very critical that your spot position monitor, you have a way to monitor that spots are really moving. That can happen in a linear accelerator also. In a linear accelerator, or when you are delivering intensity modulated X-ray therapy or volumetry VMAT, the multi-leaf collimators are moving as the beam is rotating, as the moving. If they are not moving, you are giving the dose very large volume dose to unintended dose to a large volume, and then patient will have adverse effect. So that is the most important dangerous thing in this business. Okay, so you have to be very careful about this. Make sure that spot position monitor is working very well. And then, of course, you have dose monitors that counts the protons and making sure the number of protons you planned is giving. That's called a dose monitor, or we call it a monitor unit. There's a monitor unit counter in also Linux X-ray machines. Same also here. There's a lot of concepts are borrowed from the X-ray machine. We have to have a way of counting the protons and terminating when they reach the number of more protons we wanted to deliver. So sometimes you can use an energy filter or energy absorber to bring the dose to the proximal level, because you have a 70 MeV beam and the range is about 4 point something. It can penetrate up to 4 point something. But sometimes the target are very superficial. How do you are going to treat? Because your machine is not able to put the Bragg peaks in the proximal region. So you want to shift those spots to the proximal region. Then either you put an energy filter or you put an energy absorber. They do the energy filter is something called actually I have to take. I'm sorry, I gave a wrong explanation. Energy filter is sometimes called a Ries filter. In a Ries filter, what you do is you broaden the Bragg peak artificially. Broaden the peak artificially by putting some peaks and valley like a energy filter. So what happens is, in that way, your energy, the Bragg peaks become a little bit broadened by 3 to 4 millimeter more. So that's why you may not need that many energy layers. Because if you have a very narrow peak, then you might have a very different large number of energy layers has to be selected. But if you have already expanded the Bragg peak by 3 to 4 millimeters, then what happens? That will cover large amount of target also. So you don't need to have so many energy layers changing. Energy layer changing in a synchrotron or even cyclotron takes time. So in order to have a quick dose delivery, you don't need that sharp Bragg peak. You can the dose delivery will be optimized, or the number of energy layers will be significantly reduced by using an energy filter. Of course, these are low energy materials, so they will not create large number of neutrons, but they will help you to reduce the number of energy layers. Range shifter is energy absorber, or it's also called a range shifter. That range shifter will shift the position of the Bragg peak proximally. Energy filter will spread the Bragg peak to make it wider. Let's go back and make this concept a little clear. Okay. So you see here, this is the Bragg peak here. This is the Bragg peak here. Suppose this is 2 millimeter. Suppose you wanted to increase it by a Ries filter to 4 millimeter. So in order to, this 4 millimeter Bragg peak will cover about 4 millimeter of thickness of this material. If you have 2 millimeter thing, then you have one layer here, another layer here. If you have a 4 millimeter Bragg peak, it will cover up to 4 millimeter. So that you don't need another layer of spot of different lower energy. So that's the concept. We have done some experiment and not experiment, some calculation, because if you put something in the path of the beam, the lateral profile will also change. The lateral profile will be broadened, because you are not only sparing the organs at risk by longitudinal penumbra, most of them are by lateral penumbra. If your spot size increases, the lateral penumbra increases, then you may irradiate a lot of normal tissue. Your lateral follow-up may not be that sharp. But we saw that it is not that, the change is only sub-millimeter level, okay? And also we can optimize them. We can optimize them by putting the proper spot spacing and all kinds of things. You can still get a sharp penumbra, lateral penumbra, even if you use a ridge filter, okay? So these are some of the, of course, if you put an energy observer, if you put a ridge filter, it is no longer hardware free. You know, just like we get out of a passive beam because we don't want to use any hardware. But now we are putting some hardware, but they are essential and they are low G objects. So they are not really creating a lot of neutrons. Only when you have a high G material in the path of the beam, like the range modulating wheel, it is mostly made of aluminum, and then the apertures are made out of brass. So those things, they produce a lot of neutrons. So the neutron contamination of the scanning beam compared to passive beam is about 1/10 to 1/30th of what you get in a passive beam. So the secondary cancer risk from neutron contamination is pretty low in the scanning beam. When the proton and heavy ion therapy were contemplated, or people are thinking about it, one of the concern is that we will cure the cancer, but we will induce a secondary cancer by neutrons. There is a very well-known radiobiologist, his name is Eric Hall. He has written a radiobiology book. This book is read by all the physicians, okay, and physicists. Eric Hall, radiobiology book. He is a very well-known person. So he grew up in X-ray, doing X-ray and brachytherapy, all kinds of things. And when suddenly this proton beam started become popular, he raised this alarm that you are going to create all these secondary cancers because of the neutron dose contamination, neutron dose. But so many patients are treated, and it has been shown that from the statistics, from the outcome data, the secondary cancer risk from the proton therapy beam is not more than what you get with X-rays. And specifically with scanning beam, it has reduced significantly, okay? So if somebody asks what is one of the advantages of a scanning beam, the advantage of scanning beam is you don't have any hardware to be used, so that you don't have to have a machine shop to make them, okay? The ridge filter and energy observers, they are universal. They are used for every patient. Once you get it, you have it there. And but you don't have to have a compensator. You don't have to have a customized apertures. Not always. Customized apertures are used in some cases because you wanted the sharpest penumbra that is possible, and that may not be possible by intensity modulated proton beam. Because suppose you are treating a lesion in somewhere in the nose area, okay? The eye is nearby, and lenses, and there are many structures you wanted to protect. So you have to have a sharpest penumbra as possible. So that's why sometimes we use apertures on selected cases to sharpen the penumbra. And in a Mavian proton therapy machine, the spots are very large. So if you have a large spot, then naturally you cannot really confirm the dose to the eye area and all kinds of things. So they have something called a dynamic penumbra reducing collimator. So what happened is, because that collimator moves to different spot location and sharpens the penumbra. It doesn't sharpen the penumbra in the interior of the target. You don't need it. Only in the periphery of the target, where the critical organs are situated, they do that penumbra trimmer. That kind of penumbra trimmer concept has been there since cobalt 60. Because cobalt 60 used to be, because of spot size, it used to have a very large penumbra. So in order to reduce the penumbra, you put a penumbra trimmer, some kind of a collimator, okay? So Mavian beam has a dynamic collimation. They claim that by that way, they can reduce they can make a very high dose gradient for lateral OAR sparing. Okay, so you saw the scanning beam nozzle now. This is a Hitachi system. Other beams have similar things, okay? So synchrotron, our synchrotron gives us an option of 94 energy selection. You can request for 94 energies. Imagine if you have 94 energies, the job for a physicist, the job for the physicist is to do QA for all those beams, okay? So that's why we decided to go with a Ridge filter. So that way the number of energy layers will be less. And also, that's one of the reasons that instead of using all the 94, we are probably using something 70 of them. And still 70 is too big, but we have to do those QA, make sure that all the beams, the beam characters are not changing with time, okay? Gives good thing, gives you a sharper longitudinal penumbra, intensity modulated proton therapy, but then it increases workload for the personnel, specifically for the physicist. So this is what happens. The beam is, I've already shown you this slide before, as I was trying to see that what is the lateral penumbra here. You can combine the spots, get a uniform dose. You can adjust their weights, then you can get some non-uniform dose also. And these are the some spot sizes and that you measure in air, that how much are they. Low energy have a high, full width half maximum is pretty high, or 220 MeV is probably pretty small, okay? But remember one thing, this is measured in the air. As the beam passes through the body, tissue and all kinds of things, the proton beam goes through multiple Coulomb scattering. So the spot size changes, the spot size increases. So the kind of trimming you wanted to do, the penumbra trimming, that works only for superficial lesions. After that, for deep-seated tumors, when the beam propagates through, that the multiple Coulomb scattering just makes the penumbra blurring. So you cannot really trim them that much, okay? So these are some comparison between passive beam and active beam. Passive beam is simple and mature technology because this has been done since the proton machine is used for treating patients. It's very inflexible. You have whatever you have, there is not much flexibility. Field-specific hardware, loss of a proximal dose conformity, large gantry required, less sensitive to organ motion. Because in a passive beam, the beam is not moving. The beam is constant. Beam is staying wherever it is. But in active beam, your spot is moving. Your spot is moving. If you are treating a moving target, and the target is moving and the source is moving, and if you are not they are not properly synchronized, you may be treating the target at a certain other location than you planned for. So interplay effect, that's called the interplay effect. The interplay effect plays a significant role with the scanning beam. So you have to be very careful when you treat moving target with scanning beam. High proton loss and neutron production, that I have already talked about it. No field-specific hardware, mostly no field-specific hardware. Superior dose conformity is possible because we cannot do a proximal dose conformity with passive beam, but we can do that, achieve that with a scanning beam by choosing the energy of the spot. Normally there are a lot of things not in the gantry, so there's a small, not in the nozzle, so it's a smaller gantry, prone to loss of dose conformity due to organ motion. You have to have some kind of a gating or synchronization technique to make sure that spots are not moving spots and the moving target are not going out of a sync, okay? You have to send the spot wherever the target is. So you have to monitor. One way of monitoring is put some fiducials in the target and monitor them by fluoroscope. If in the fluoroscope, if the targets are wherever you are near the target, in the target area, irradiate the beam. They move away, don't irradiate the beam. That is a technique being used that's called a real-time guided proton therapy. That's fluoroscope guided proton therapy. But you need to put some fiducials in the target to do the fluoroscopic imaging and see them and then treat them. Okay? Make sense so far? You are all sold to have a passive beam, scanning beam. The other mode of treatment, I have to tell you that this is called uniform scanning. Mostly when they are not much used, but old centers they still have. In passive scattering beam, you have a fast scatterer and a second scatterer, but in this case you have only one scatterer that spreads the beam little bit so that you don't get a very narrow beam, but you have a very decent size 2 cm 3 cm beam, and that beam scanned by scanning magnets. Okay, so very fast scanning beam, raster scanning beam. So that way you don't need a second scatterer. So what it makes, these are the scanning magnets. One is one direction, the other is in the perpendicular direction. So what it helps to have a higher dose rate, because the beam is not going through any hardware to be scattered. So that's why there is not much proton beam loss. So that helps to keep a dose rate high and also reduce the neutron production. These are but still then you need to have a range modulating wheel if you don't have a synchrotron, or if you are not using the energy layer switching. And then you have to have a compensator also, and you also have to have a beam aperture also to conform to the lateral extent of the beam. But these are the older technology used by IBA. Instead of having this second scatterer like Hitachi machine, they used to do this, and this was used to be pretty popular. But now everybody is into discrete spot scanning. Probably the new machines that IBM is installing, they don't have this anymore. This is just from a historic perspective. Perspective as an information point, only for your information. So these are the, once you have the beam coming through the nozzle, then you have to bring the patient for a treatment. Then you have to have a couch or a chair, as I mentioned, the new development. And then you have to have some imaging system to localize the target before the treatment. In this case, what you are seeing is just to take two orthogonal images in our system, in the old system. You have a X-ray source here and another flat panel here, image receptor. So you can take a AP image, okay? And in this way, you can take a lateral image, okay? So in order to localize a target, find the X, Y, Z of your target, you need X, Y coordinates and Y, Z coordinates. So Y is common. The head to foot, that direction is common in both cases. One case gives you information from anterior to posterior direction. The other is giving from the lateral direction, the depth direction. So that's why you can get a radiograph, and that radiograph is compared to a digitally reconstructed radiograph from treatment planning system, and then you align them. As I mentioned, in the newer systems, this is a very old system installed in 2006 when we started our proton system. But in newer proton therapy systems, you have X-ray system that can do cone beam CT in the treatment position. That's what we have in our new center. So you take a 3D imaging of the patient and register with the treatment planning CT and decide that how much shift you have to apply in your treatment position so that the target is properly aligned. Either the physician, sometimes the target is not visible in the cone beam CT. So in that case, the bony landmarks are aligned. So the physician tells that how to align this patient. Either you are using bony landmark or a soft tissue, the target alignment. Some targets are very well visible, then you always align with the target. Okay, don't worry about the bone because you are not treating them. But sometimes they are not visible. You have no choice but to align them to the bony landmarks. So this is a IBA machine. Looks very what do you call it? Slick. And so that's what happens. So our machine, new machine, looks also something like that. But I don't have a picture. I have a picture. I'll show you. Okay. So let's summarize. Relatively low entrance, high peak to plateau ratio for unmodulated beams. I'm not telling that SOBP, spread out back peak, is this is not true. That we have a longitudinal penumbra, which is about few millimeters. Lateral penumbra can be 6 millimeters. That is the 80 to 20 6 millimeter from 100 to 150. It can be 1 cm for other high energy beams. Can be azimuth for a high energy somewhat larger than desired. Beam penetration can be controlled by adjusting energy or energy by range shifters. And this is a facility layout, how the proton beam is the penumbra that you see in the high energy beams is not the dosimetric penumbra. It is called geometrical penumbra because the target is too far for the high energy beams. So that's why your geometrical penumbra becomes larger. For low energy beams, you are treating targets at a closer closer depth. So that's why the geometrical penumbra is smaller. Okay. So these are the beam layout, facility layout in a multi-room facility. You have the linac or synchrotron or a cyclotron. Then the beam. This is the beam extraction path. Then every room has a chair, a couch, and gantry, and then beam can be delivered to different rooms. So in this case, what happened is you have a beam queue control system. Sometimes patients come here, they are set up imaging while other rooms are treating. You finish your imaging setup and then you can ask for the beam. Depending upon who else is doing what, you will put in a queue. As soon as your line comes, you get the beam. So there is some waiting with this multi-room facilities. Okay. This is the Varian system, and same concept. They have a linac, and then different rooms. This is a fixed room line, and these are rotating gantries. What next? This is a Mabian room.
One set of linac and cyclotron, how many gantry rooms can be?
Well, now 3 to 4. If the one either cyclotron or synchrotron, it can fit to 3 to 4 rooms. Okay.
At one time, 4 patients can be.
To simultaneously be in the room for treatment. They will not be treated simultaneously. They will be treated one by one, but they can be in the room simultaneously. 4 patients depends upon and we have 4 rooms. So we have 4 patients coming, and one room is doing setup. Setup takes a longer time. Even if you do cone beam CT, then somebody has to look at the alignment and make a decision that if the alignment is proper or not. And if you are doing very high dose treatment, the physician has to be available to make sure that he is okay with the alignment or positioning before you treat. So by the time one room is setting up patients, other room is treating, the waiting time is only a couple of minutes. Okay, not that long. But sometimes you have a breath hold patient. Breath hold patients take longer time to be treated because they have to hold the breath and you irradiate, then they relax. You wait for some time. In that process, it may take longer wait time. But that has never been an issue. If there is some patient in urgent need to be treated, they communicate with each other and try to get them high priority. And in your system, there is a priority level you can set up. Okay, all the rooms start with the same priority, but for urgent cases like that, they can change their priority level so that they will get the beam as soon as it becomes available. So these are things that are so that's why single room solutions are much better. You don't have to wait for the room beam. This is the Mabian system. In one room they have everything. Okay, and this is the IBM facility. The Proteus 1 is the machine which has a linac and it only treats patient in one room. Okay, and that's a Proteus Plus. That's what is in Apollo. And I think that's what we have in Tata Memorial also. They have multiple rooms, okay? There are multiple rooms. And one linac is the cyclotron is feeding to all the rooms. Trends of recent proton therapy system, how the things are moving. All scanning ports, no passive scattering. I have already mentioned. Everybody is going for active passive, discrete scanning. Smaller size, one room, proton beam therapy, small accelerator, robotic couch. You have 6 degrees of freedom. You can align the patient very well, not only by translation, but also rotation, and pitch. So you have better onboard volumetric imaging, cone beam CT on rail, surface imaging system, real-time fluoroscope guided proton therapy that I mentioned, range verification devices. One of the things I probably mentioned earlier, we only know where a proton stops in water because we do the measurement, and water the calculations and all kinds are very accurate, and we do our beam commissioning by measuring data in water. But inside the patient's body there are inhomogeneity. What we see in the image is called Hounsfield units or CT numbers. the same city number can correspond to different electron density, correspond to different material also, because that is some degeneracy. You cannot distinguish the material by that much by Hounsfield units. Same kind of different kinds of fat may have the same HU, but their stopping power may be different. So we don't know where the proton stops in the body. So that's something called a range uncertainty. Okay. So how do you reduce that range uncertainty? Provided you can measure them during the delivery, that what is the range where the proton is stopping. And there are some devices that are available. That's called prompt gamma imaging, prompt cameras. That's very expensive and experimental. And then also PET imaging can do something. Ion acoustic imaging, you can use ultrasound arrays, transducers to also know the range of the proton beam. These are all developmental work. If anybody is an engineer and wants to do something to help with the proton range verification, this field is wide open and a lot of work needs to be done. PET imaging, it doesn't work that very well, but this has a lot of potential also. And then next trend is rotating chair with fixed beam. Okay, that's what it is, that cost of the system will go down, and that is not a concept anymore. There is a center being built, the Leo Cancer Center, and they are marketing this, and a lot of people are waiting for these kind of things to be available. Okay, this will popularize the proton therapy and make it accessible to many patients. Okay, so that many patients can be treated with proton and get some benefit out of it. In summary, okay, this is all you need to know from all these hours we spent together. Proton beam has a back peak, proton stop. Okay, that is the one. What is proton stop? A sharp dose follow-up longitudinal penumbra, narrow beam from oscillator is spread by two methods: passive scattering proton therapy, a range modeling we use to create the SOBP longitudinally. Two scatters are used for transverse broad profiles. Field specific apertures compensators are used for dose conformity. Pencil beam scanning. Energy stacking is used to create SOBP longitudinally. Magnetic scanning is used to spread the beam in the transverse direction, like electron beam scanning used in TV. Inverse planning is used to optimize the position of the intensity of a proton pencil beams for dose conformity. Minimal use of a field specific apertures. What next? That's done. So I told you what the proton therapy system is. Okay. Any questions? I'm not done with my all the things, but this part of the proton delivery system, I told you whatever you need to know. There are many things you can know. You can go and dive deep and get more kinds of things depending upon your interest. Okay, so that's happened. But as a practicing medical physicist, this is probably good enough. Okay. Okay. Let me go back to the next lecture. If you want, you can take 5 minutes break. Okay, if you want. If you don't, that's good. So we can finish quickly. Okay, good. Yeah.
About snout. What is the purpose of this snout?
Very good question. Snout is where the field specific, patient specific, field specific devices are placed. Like in passive scattering beam, you have apertures, compensators, and they have to be placed in the snout. And they have to they are movable snouts. So that depending upon the patient position, you wanted to move away so that it is not colliding with the patient's body. Okay. In scanning beam, you have an energy absorber. The energy absorber is put there in the snout. Okay. That snout is something where patient specific devices can be placed. Okay. So if you have an aperture for some reason, then you can place it there. Okay. So that's called snout. Does anybody get what snout is? And why you need a snout? Where is that snout? Let me see if I can bring that snout. Do you see a snout? This is the snout here. Okay. This is where the apertures and compensators are put here. The range modulating wheel is put somewhere in the upstream. You see, this is a range modulating wheel. It rotates with 400 RPM, revolution per minute. And do you see, let's probably just clarify it. Where is the range modulating wheel? Here, there are some steps here. The material steps at this location, the steps that take what water equivalent thickness of those steps is the highest, and at this it is the lowest. Okay, so what happened is when it is rotating, the proton beam is hitting different amount of material along its beam path, so that the pristine Bragg peak is moved closer and closer to the at the deepest where at the deepest point it will move to the closest to the surface. At lowest level it will not, it will stay away from the proximal part. So that way you can create a spread out Bragg peak. Where is my spread out Bragg peak? Why is it called Bragg peak? Huh? This is the spread out Bragg peak. Bragg is the person that who did a lot of work, and maybe he is the person who came up with the concept of a Bragg peak. So that's why this peak. So that's why it's named after him, Bragg peak. So not to brag about the peak, but it's Bragg is a person. Okay. But we always brag about the Proston Bragg peak. So that this is all we have. We can do better job. Let's see what. Yeah.
What kind of side effects have you observed in the patients? Are there any side effects?
No, there is no proton specific, because what happened is as I told you that once your beams are modulated, if you are using only small number of fields, the surface dose is higher, the skin dose is higher. So normally patients who are treated with protons, they get a little more skin reaction, but that's compensated by other reduction in other toxicity. Okay, skin reaction is a major concern, specifically for head and neck cancer patients. Okay, and for prostate patients also, because we only use two fields, two lateral fields for prostate patients, and they are treated sometimes up to 7600 centigrade. And so that's why they get about 3000 to 4000 of a dose in the skin. So that is some concern are there. And also some patients skins are very radiation sensitive, so they get also some kind of skin reaction. Okay, so that is one of the things. Besides that, there may be some higher incidence of cardiac toxicities for lung cancer patients, because protons, the heart provides, lungs is a very low density object. Protons just pass through. So, and sometimes that the beam direction is such that the heart is in the path of the beam. So naturally heart stops the protons and takes the beating. Okay, so you have to be very careful about the irradiating some areas of the heart that with a reduced dose. So nowadays the physicians are not just drawing the heart, they are going and doing soft volumes of the heart and telling them that don't treat this much of the tolerance of these structures are this much, how much volume can take how much dose. They give us, the physicians give us a DVH matrix. So we have to match them with the planning. And as I mentioned, by using multiple beams, you can sometimes get a better plan. And specifically if you have a quasi arc, like you use single energy layers from multiple angles, then you can also achieve better NTCP. That is the direction the field is moving. They're moving, and we have to also think of other biological aspects, that how you can give the dose that the target needs and reduce the dose to normal tissue complexity. Otherwise, okay. Another major problem with proton therapy is the brain treatment. The base of skull treatments. As always, for some reason, the tumor grows close to brainstem. Okay, the tumor grows close to the brainstem, and brainstem is hugging to the target. How are you going to spare it? So this is a nightmare. This is a nightmare situation. So sometimes the targets are sacrificed. The dose coverage, the target is sacrificed, and then see, as I told you, the major way of reducing dose to the normal tissue in a proton beam is the longitudinal penumbra. But in your longitudinal penumbra or the range of the proton beam is not very well known. So you have to add some uncertainties in designing your beam, so the target is always covered. So you always over range the beam. to the target. Target is located at suppose say 10 cm. You add about 3.5% of extra margin longitudinally the beam to stop. But if your brain stem is sitting nearby, you don't have the luxury of adding that much of margin to it. So eventually some protons will stop in brainstem if you want to cover the target. And once they stop in the brainstem, the LET is high. Once the LET is high, the radiobiological effectiveness is high. So brainstem necrosis is something that happens with proton beam. But there are many benefits also, because some of the organs can be spared very well. So in your planning, we try to reduce the brainstem dose as much as possible, not shooting the beam towards brainstem, but trying to spare it by lateral penumbra as much as possible. So we have a sharp knife, but that sharp knife has to be wisely used. If you don't use wisely, you may cut your finger. That's what happens, okay? So that is how the proton, that's when we plan and all kinds of things, that is our major responsibility. Just to make sure the dose you are giving to the target are still robust enough under those uncertainties, and the OARs are also safe under those uncertainties, okay? So that is called nowadays something, the term called robust optimization. So we do robust optimization, we do robust analysis. You take the uncertainty, you look at the uncertainty scenarios. Of course, nobody knows what are the uncertainties. That's a major thing. But you do some hand-waving intuitive argument, and based on that, you create a number of uncertainty scenarios. And with that uncertainty scenario, you optimize the dose distribution to be good, robust enough to cover the target, and also safe enough to treat the target. Okay. So this dose planning and evaluation takes longer time compared to photon plans. And another thing is, that is a topic I have to cover, that's called uncertainties in proton beam therapy. That I'll do it on Sunday, okay? Good question. Anything else?
Typical planning time?
Oh, it's long. And specifically after the spot scanning beam, because the intensity modulated beam, you see, you have to wisely tell what you want. And you have to do your objective definition, the optimization objective defined very well to achieve that goal, okay? So that's why it takes longer time to achieve, and also this treatment plan dose calculation is pretty slow. You see, Monte Carlo based now, before it used to be pencil beam based, but pencil beam based dose calculation have a high inaccuracy. So now it is Monte Carlo based, but it takes long time. And also if you have a large target, and it takes longer time because your calculation volume is long. And if you are doing robust optimization, it takes even longer, okay? So, and also it goes through different iterations. The dosimetrist does a plan, then a physicist looks at it. Most of the times physicists try to come up with some better plans, because whatever dosimetrist is created may not be optimal. So naturally physicist has to try something different, and then it goes back to dosimetry, then it is sent to physician. The physician may have certain objections to that, how the dosage looks like. So it goes to about 2 to 3 iterations, okay? So that's why it takes time, and also you have to do a QA. You have to do the QA before the patient is treated, because you want to make sure that everything is being transferred to the electronic medical record or a treatment control system, and they are functioning and all kinds of things. So usually we give a 7 days. Yeah. By the time patient comes from a simulation, you see the contouring takes a long time. Although artificial intelligence and machine learning has reduced the contouring time, but then they are not completely satisfactory or not accurate. Because sometimes you see, I see sometimes the spinal cord is sitting somewhere in the heart. Okay, so then what do you do? Because for some reason that the deformable registration is doing something crazy. Okay, so that's why the artificial intelligence is good, but has to be is not robust enough, so that your manual examination or contouring is completely eliminated. Not now. It is reduced. Some cases works very well. You train a good model, it will work okay. In order to train a good model with machine learning, you need large number of data, all kinds of things. So, but the field has come a long way. Before the drawing contours by hand one by one, now you can run the script and it will give you some set of contours to refine. Okay, so that takes time, and then the dose calculation and beam selection, all kinds of things. So 7 days, we can create a plan in 1 or 2 days. Okay, but the people are busy with many patients. It depends on the patient load also, because they cannot work. The treatment planning system doesn't allow 2 people to open the same patient simultaneously. And then if you have too many patients doing, then it crashes. All those practical limits, all the practical limitations, that has been factored into to decide when we want to treat. Of course, we want to treat as soon as possible. If you have an adaptive plan, you can't wait 7 days. It has to be done right away, because there is some change has happened and you have to adapt it. So that they take precedence. They have to do. New patient can wait for a couple of days. But the patients who are under treatment and they need a plan to be adapted, they have to be done right away. Okay?
What types of changes are most commonly seen in the patient? That moving target, what are the changes that?
Basically, that when you immobilize the patient are not anxious at that time. So the devices you make at that time, and by the time they come for treatment, there is a lot of difference in the positioning. So like say neck position for head and neck cancer, they are very tense when they come for simulation, and they put their neck or something, body is squeezed, is the stress and all kinds of things. And then when they come for treatment, they are already a little bit comfortable. And also these masks, the masks that are created, they sink. Sometimes after some time, okay, they sink. So they don't fit anymore. Okay, so all those kinds of things that creates a problem specifically for spot scanning. For passive scattering beam, you have broad beam, 3D planning, no inverse. Here, your sharp spots are being created to create, because physician wants a very sharp dose follow-up. And you know that in IMRT, when you have a sharp dose gradient, your plan is most unrobust. That's possible to failure in small changes. You see, patient sneezes, it can move up to 2, 3, 4, 5 millimeters. Okay, so how do you account for those kind of things, that when patient comes after treatment, then you see that is one of the things. And sometimes in long cases, people have some pleural effusion. That's a disaster, because that's liquid builds up, and then you suddenly, if you are not doing 3D imaging, or it is not visible in radiographs, then you may be treating something completely different. That happens. Okay, patient comes with pneumonitis, patient comes with some kinds of, or fluid buildup, and that's why in proton planning, in X-rays, they are a little bit more forgiving. Okay, because the dose change in the longitudinal direction is about 4 to 5% per cm, or even less, 2 to 3%. But in protons, if you are in the Bragg-Peak region, the sharp dose follow-up is 30 to 40%. You may not treat the tumor at all, or you may irradiate the whole critical organ if the beam is passing through different path length. Okay, so that's why the anatomical change is very important. So before we didn't have the 3D cone beam CT, so that's why we used to do very frequent CT scans. But now we have cone beam CT, then you can look at it, what change has taken place. Okay, you can nowadays a trend, there are many places who are doing it. We have not gone that far because of some reason. You can take the cone beam CT and do an approximate dose calculation. It's just approximate. Then you look at the delta. What happens is that the same dose calculation is done in every fraction of the treatment, and see how it is changing. If you see a large change, then you go back and acquire a CT scan and do a planning. Okay. Most important thing is the setup. The patient has to be comfortably positioned so that by the time they are simulated and coming for treatment, the changes are minimal. Okay. So what we do now, patient comes, just take him to the couch, show him the devices, all kinds of things. Don't build the device yet. Let the patient get up, take some break, and then again come back, so that he's a little bit more relaxed. So that way the anxiety is not there. And then you create the molds and all kinds of things. That may work, okay? But we are in this view that we go through a lot of aggravation, specifically for head and neck cancer patients. In head and neck cancer patients, the adaptive plans are very frequent. After 2-3 fractions, you see that dose distribution is looking terrible. Because the planning was done in a less robust way, because there are some regions of high dose gradient, and if you have not desensitized them, then naturally they will be affected, okay? So, and then the patient positioning, all kinds of things. So we are trying to do the devices one day and don't use it, don't simulate the patient on that day. Simulate the patient next day. By that time, the devices will be stabilized, so patient will be a little more relaxed. So then you do the imaging and do the planning CT. But this has not been bought by the physician, so this is physicist wish list. But then you have to have another room where the devices are made. The patient has to also travel. Sometimes proton patients come from far away and they want to finish the treatment and go home as soon as possible. So these are some practicals. Did I answer your question? Okay. Let's see what else we want to do today. Yeah, please keep on asking questions. Yeah.
But how is it different from the VMAT?
See, VMAT is done with X-rays. As I told you, the X-rays, the small change in a HU, ounce-full unit of our electron density, doesn't make a very severe change in the dose distribution. If you the effect of a small change in the HU or electron density, the dose distribution is not affected that much. But a small change in the proton stopping power, okay, makes a large difference in the dose distribution, okay, because of the uncertainties in the range. So that's why we try to avoid the beam passing through some of the structures which might be changing or where the HUs are not very well known, okay. So like a dental implants, okay, dental implants create not only their stopping power is not known, but they create a lot of artifacts. Those artifacts, if you do a plan with X-ray beam and with some approximation, and then you change the artifact HU, and you see the dose plan distribution is very robust. But for protons, if you have not properly determined the HU of those artifacts, that what are they really, then if you slightly change it, then it will create a big change in the dose distribution. So that's why having artifact-free CT images is very important for protons, okay. There are many ways you can have artifact-free images, like if you can have a dual energy CT, if you have a dual energy CT, that helps you. Or if you can do a MV CT, sometimes those artifacts are gone. Or you can fuse your CT with a MR where the artifacts are not there and approximately determine that what you are missing in that artifact region and correctly assign those stopping power, okay. So a lot of work are needed in order to desensitize the effect of a change in the HU and the proton dose distribution, okay. So that's why proton beam dose distribution is very susceptible to small changes, whereas in VMAT or IMXT, X-ray therapy, the dose distribution is not that sensitive. It is sensitive to setup uncertainties, but these density changes things are a little more forgiving in IMXT and VMAT. Does that answer your question? Okay. Anybody, anything else on what we discussed? Okay. Yeah.
So as a medical physicist, what role do we play in the accelerator system, as you said, that monitoring or verifying beam energy? So like what other responsibilities they have?
If you are an intelligent person, it's a great question. I always struggle with this. If none of my seniors are available, I am a senior most person, but some of my more senior colleagues are not available. I do more measurements than anybody else because I don't have the detailed knowledge of what happened, And I am not always skeptical. Maybe something happened in the beam, the patient will be wrongly treated. Let's do a QA. Let's do measure some of the things that I know that's good, like the spot positioning. If any time that they come and tell me there is some magnetic power supply failure, I do the measurement of the spot positioning accuracy. Okay, so similarly, if there is something change happened in the ion chambers, power supply, ion cable, then we have to make sure that the ion chamber is, because ion chamber is in the path of the beam, is the correct, is properly amplified or not. Believe or not, suddenly our beam is very stable. We do not recalibrate the beam even once in a year or 2 years or something. Suddenly, in the morning QA, it was found that the output is off by 3%. 3% is too much for us, okay? Because we have never seen more than 1% change. So what might have happened? We started treating the patients anyway because within 5%. So then we have a meeting with our Hitachi engineers. What kind of change did you do last night? Oh, no, nothing. Our amplifier cable was a little loose. We changed our amplifier cable. Okay, so a simple thing, they changed their amplifier cable. So naturally, what happened is that the charge collection efficiency of the ion chamber has changed. So you have to make sure that, so that's what that day we tell them that anything, any change you think is not affecting, you have to tell us. We will decide that whether this is something that we measure or not. Okay, so we instruct our service engineers not to do too many things without telling us. So we meet with them twice a week because they do their maintenance in Saturday and Sunday. So we meet once on Friday just to make sure they tell us what they are doing, and then we see how the beam health is being affected. Then we plan our QA accordingly. Suppose they do some Linac maintenance. Linac maintenance which is creating 7 MeV beam to inject to the synchrotron. That doesn't affect anything. So we know that our synchrotron, so long as synchrotron energy specifications are met, no beam will be extracted. So we don't care about it. But if they do something with irradiation controller, that irradiation controller affects everything. The dose monitor, spot scanning monitor, magnets. So in this case, we do very extensive QA, okay? Just to make sure that everything is working okay. You know, in the middle of the treatment, something happened and they'll come and tell us that, okay, we have to reboot the irradiation controller. And, sometimes they don't tell us. Physicists, because therapists are all running after them. When are you giving us the beam? When are you giving the beam? And under the time pressure, they said, okay, the beam is ready to take it. Okay, so that's when we go and stop the treatment. You cannot treat the treatment anymore. They become unhappy with it. The physicist, everybody is unhappy with the physicist. The therapists are unhappy with the physicist. The physicians are unhappy with the physicist because they take too long and all kinds of things. But that's what our job is, to make everybody unhappy, but to make the patient safe. Okay. All right. Anything? Question and answers are always good because you get something I have to tell you without looking at the slides. Okay. All right. So.
Sir, how this synchrotron is producing this beam with multiple
energies? Yeah.
But this isosynchrotron and normal synchrotron are not producing.
No, they are single energy. But then that's why you have an energy degrader. Okay.
For this synchrotron, they are getting into the same thing. Same energy, they are exciting by the same force only, and they are still getting this different energy.
Yeah, this is the magnetic field. The magnetic field that determines that the magnetic field is adjusted to keep the beam into the orbit. The orbit depends on the energy of the proton. So by the magnetic field, what you are using to keep the beam in the orbit will determine the energy. So from the magnetic field strength, you know what energy you are getting.
By Linac, we are just maintaining this energy what we are producing inside this synchrotron. When we are producing this proton into this synchrotron. So we are just fixing this energy what we are producing inside. Then after we are getting it.
Yeah. Then the beam kicking system is tuned to the particular energy. That magnet, the kicking magnet has a particular magnetic field in which it will be kicked, and that's energy dependent. So if the energy has not been attained in the synchrotron, you cannot kick it out. Okay. Yeah.
We are using
Hmm.
We are using cyclotron for synchrotron.
Yeah. Isolate the protons.
Are there any linear extensions can also be used?
Yeah. This, I told you in a Formilab, in Brookhaven National Laboratory, they have many large facilities, miles and miles long linear accelerators. They can accelerate particles.
Or when it comes to proton therapy?
Yeah, no, nobody uses linear accelerator. No, we have a linear accelerator only to accelerate up to 7 MeV to inject it to the synchrotron. Now, there are some kind of a laser guided system and all kinds of things. Some people are doing that kind of dielectric accelerator, something I don't know about them. Okay, there are some literature, but there are people are doing. But basically, you want to have a smaller footprint in a hospital setting. So the making compact system is the goal. So that's why the Hitachi in that synchrotron, they are combining the cyclotron technology. That is called a variable modulated energy cyclotron or synchrotron, something like that, VMEC. So in that machine is vertically very high, but the space wise, it doesn't take long space, but it will a high dose rate. It has a combination, it's a hybrid of synchrotron and cyclotron. That's possible. Okay. So the key is to smaller footprint. You don't use a lot of space in a hospital setting. Okay. So that from that point of view, Mavian system is very attractive. You don't need a special space for your cyclotron. Okay. But these are some stability issues also. Once you make it too compact, there are certain other things that you have to deal with. Okay.
Just a quick follow-up.
Yeah.
Using the cyclotron, are there any research work that is going on in at your place? Basically, like radioisotope production or something?
No, there are some cyclotrons for that purpose. We have a radioisotope production facility. I don't know much about it. I don't work there. But there's a lot of things that the nuclear medicine people, they are always looking for good agents, imaging agents. So they play with a lot of things, tracers, developing tracers and all kinds of things. So this is not something that I've never worked on this. I only jump for joy when they give us a tracer that which can do the hypoxia imaging, which can do some kind of a biomarker imaging and all kinds of things. The next development in the radiation oncology will come from the molecular imaging, because the radiation therapy is a modality that we can treat what we can see on images. Okay, now we are not able to see that targets the soft volumes of the target in a molecular level. We are just seeing in a gross kind of a centimeter level. If you look at that, the stem cells which are responsible for the growth of the target, growth of the cancer, those cells, they, you have to look at it, what is the dimension? It's in a micrometer or something like that. So we have to image them where they are. Then only we can design some microbeams to irradiate them. So you see, we have a capability of delivering microbeams, because you can create a collimator that which has only openings of micrometers. And then you can use any synchrotron source, not only protons, you can use a X-ray source, X-rays and all kinds of things to irradiate a very small volume. And in that case, normal tissue damage will be very minimal, because the radiation, you see, when there is a war between two armies, okay, everybody tries to protect themselves. So also the cancer cells. The cancer cells are growing because of the stemness of the stem cells. The stem cells hide somewhere, and they have the ability to create a more and a different kind of cancer cells. So they are the major generals hiding somewhere. So in order to stop the cancer growth or defeat the army, you have to find that a major general that who is controlling the army, and by a laser guided bombing, so that you precisely go there and deliver it. That is the ultimate aim of radiation therapy. So the molecular imaging is the key. You can see that where is the most active part of the cancer that needs to be sterilized. Okay, so as you are all young and bright future, think about it. Come up with some bright ideas that you can achieve this goal. Okay, work with cancer biologist, work with diagnostic or nuclear medicine physician and physicist, and come up with an imaging method where you can really see them, see the malignants in a cellular level or molecular level, and then irradiate them. Okay, that will be what? Molecular radiation oncology. Okay, there's a name for that. That's called molecular radiation oncology. So I am giving you too much of work to too much of thinking for the future. Okay, but the current status is not that way. Current practice is pretty broad, pretty gross. Okay, so let's see what I want to talk to you about next. Hmm.
In hospital, there is a proton therapy system already.
Hmm.
Can that system of cyclotron be used to generate radioisotopes for the nuclear?
You don't need that much of energy. This is cyclotron is too big, but you can use it in principle. But it is just that having a very expensive machine to do your work, because you can get a small linear cyclotron to do your work. So why do you want to spend? If it is there, you may be able to do some activation, but that has to be the whole procedure. That using high energy to irradiate and all kinds of things has to work out. These machines are not made for that purpose. That low energy cyclotrons that are needed for producing radioisotopes are much less expensive and doesn't need that much of a space. So, and also these machines are busy treating patients. So why they don't have time to give you this? But this is an interesting idea, but I am not knowledgeable enough to tell you whether it is possible or not, honestly speaking, because I have not worked in that field at all and not interacted with the people that who produce this radioisotope. But it's an interesting thing to make the best use of your resources. If it works and you don't have a radioactive facility to produce radioisotopes, then you can use them. Okay, it is a good thing to explore. Look at the literature. Even I don't know doesn't mean that the knowledge is not available. The knowledge is available. You have to just look for it. Okay, if there may be some people might be using it, but I don't know anybody is using that one. Okay, the initial proton therapy started at Harvard Cyclotron Laboratory. That Harvard Cyclotron Laboratory was used for physics experiments. Okay, they were not producing this imaging or the nuclear medicine the radioactive sources, but they are using for something else. And then they thought about it, and then they used it for treatment. And then the whole proton therapy and the community proton therapy modality developed as a treatment, as a good treatment modality. Similar thing, you can always degrade the energy, the cyclotron energy, by putting lot of degrader material upstream. You don't need to change the energy selection system. You can always put a very big, thick plastic phantom in front of the beam, so the beam will be reduced to very low energy or whatever energy you need to irradiate to the target to get your radioactive source. It's possible. Okay, but this is only producing protons. But that other in the cyclotron can also do other isotopes also. Okay, so it depends on what you are irradiating and what you are expecting to get out of it, depending upon that. If you need proton beam, it's okay. Like a proton boron capture, boron neutron capture therapy or something like that. Okay, yeah. So that happens. You take the proton beam, irradiate it to some beryllium target or something like that. Boron target, and then you produce neutrons, and you use those neutrons can be captured and they can create a lot of benefit into the patient. Okay, boron neutron capture therapy, is that called?
Proton neutron capture, proton boron capture.
Yeah. That's what happened. Yeah, so there are a lot of research going on in this kind of thing. We used our proton beam to do that experiment also.
We can use lasers also for this kind of
Mm-hmm.
lasers we can.
Yeah. Laser accelerated beam is possible, but for some reason that the power of laser that you need is very high, and that's not available. That nobody has I have never seen a laser guided proton therapy system, laser powered proton therapy system yet in the market. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can get up to 100 MeV. You can treat some patients. Actually, you can treat ocular melanoma, all kinds of things that you can use that one, and that's possible. Okay, no problem. That's possible. Yeah. So next thing I have in my lecture is the dosimetry of a proton beams. Do you want to start? How much time we have? This is now 3:30 now probably. Time is 3:30. Okay, so we have some discussion now, that's good. So what my plan is, on Sunday, I'll give you some data and I'll give you a worksheet to all of you to do a beam calibration. So you become expert on calibrating the proton beams, okay? So that's what my objective is, to do it. And we will also do tomorrow, I have invited a ray station proton expert to show us the treatment planning system, how the proton treatment planning is done. So he will give a 1 hour lecture or show us how the proton treatment planning system works. Then I will show you some planning examples tomorrow on the tutorial. On Friday, we will do a beam calibration and also look at some other commissioning aspects of a proton beam, because one of the jobs, major job or primary job for a physicist is to commission the proton beam in the treatment planning system, develop a QA procedure. When once the system is bought, once the engineers have installed the proton beam is available, it is your job, a physicist's job, to measure, take all the measurements for the commissioning of the beam in the treatment planning system, and to model the beam in the treatment planning system, to calibrate the beam, and to develop a QA procedure, and to develop a procedure for a treatment plan, patient-specific treatment field verification. So those are things we will discuss on Sunday, okay? Maybe tomorrow some, and tomorrow will be mostly for knowing about the treatment planning process, okay? Something like that. That's a very important thing. Okay, let's look at in half an hour the dosimetry of a proton beams. Dosimetry of a proton beams means that how to measure the dose from a proton beam, how to measure or determine a dose from a proton beam. Where I am. I am supposed to finish the seven lectures today, but I am at 6B, so I have to continue some tomorrow, okay? No problem. So long as you are learning something. Let me stand up. Stand up sitting. Dosimetry of proton beams. Detectors used to determine the outdoor dose, dosimetry under reference condition. Okay, I'll explain them when time comes, okay? Let's quickly go through. It's not that I'll finish it in half an hour. The same detectors used for photon and electron beam are used for protons. There's nothing different. You don't have a proton specific detector, okay? The same detectors, but you have to see the what kind of different how they respond to the protons. You need to know how they respond to the proton and correct for it, okay? So calorimeter, ion chamber, Faraday cup, these are used for absolute dose measurement. Because the calorimeter, the calorimeter can also be used for absolute dose measurement of any source. Because calorimeter works in this principle. You irradiate some matter and the temperature rises. You measure the temperature, and from the specific heat you determine how much of a heat is given there, and that's the energy. And you know the mass of the calorimeter material, then you determine the dose you determine the dose absolutely. There is no reference needed, so long as you know the material properties of the calorimeter. Okay, so calorimeter is one of the absolute dose measurement devices. Ion chamber. You have in the ion chamber you have a volume. You have a volume of air, and you apply a voltage. And when the radiation hits the air volume, it ionizes air. And we know how much energy is needed to generate one ion pair. So if you know how many ion pairs are generated, you multiply by the energy for one ion pair, then you get the energy given to that cavity. If the cavity volume is well known, you know from the density of air and from the volume you can determine the mass. But the problem is most of the times the effective volume of the chamber air volume is not known. So that's why most of the ion chambers have to be calibrated into a known dose. The dose is very strong. The dose that you are giving is very well known. So that's why cobalt-60 source is used to calibrate those ion chambers, because the cobalt 60 source is a very stable source. You know today what is the dose, tomorrow you can calculate the decay and then calculate the dose. There is no electrical power supplying and is supplied to generate the radiation source. It is naturally radioactive and it has a long half-life, 5.5 years as far as I remember. Okay, so that's why ion chamber is not a true absolutely dose measurement device, because you have to calibrate it because we don't know the volume of the exact volume of the effective volume of the air in the chamber. But once you calibrate, then it is very stable. So that's why ion chambers are also considered absolute dose measurement devices. Faraday cup. In a Faraday cup, what happens is it's a proton counting device. It counts how many protons are passing through. And if you know the stopping power, and then you know the fluence, and multiply fluence with the stopping power, and that will give you dose. So these are the three devices that is used for determining the observed dose from proton beams in a charged particle. For relative dosimetry, ion chamber can also be used as a relative dosimetry. You don't have to know the absolute dose. You are looking at a relative dose to a reference point. Films are not absolute dosimeters. They have to be calibrated, and that they are good for relative dosimetry. All the solid state detectors like thermal TLDs, diodes, diamond detectors, optically stimulated luminescence detectors, scintillator plates, liquid scintillator, gel dosimeter, all those things can be used for relative dosimetry. The problem is, except ion chamber, all these detectors are LET dependent, because when the proton deposits the dose, you see in the distal part of the dose deposition, the LET changes rapidly. So you cannot, in order to get the response, the response of these detectors are LET dependent. So you cannot take the same, measure the dose without knowing what is the LET response. So most of the times, these things are measured, used to measure the dose profile where LET is constant. That the LET is not varying from point to point that you are measuring. So that's why that, and even sometimes some of the detectors like gel detectors, liquid scintillators, or scintillation plates, they have something called a quenching effect. In the high LET radiation region, some of their signal is quenched. So that's why you get a lower response. But that you have to quantify. A lot of people have spent a lot of time to correct for the quenching effect without much success. So that's why you have to be very careful when you are using it. You can use them to do a lateral profile where you are expecting the LET is not changing in this direction. Okay? If the LET is changing, then you have to correct for the LET response. So what you do is you can also do the calibration. If you know the LET of the beam where you are doing the calibration, then you have a LET calibration curve also that you can use to quantify the LET dependence. Okay, so if you want to know more about this dosimeter, this is a good reference for the review article. You can see it. I consider it a very good reference source for proton beam dosimetry. Okay, dosimetry under reference condition. What do you mean by dosimetry under reference condition? Because the beam has to be calibrated in such a way that whether I calibrate or you calibrate or another person calibrate, we are getting the same value. You don't the condition in which the dose is calibrated or the dose is determined has a reference, some reference parameters, and you always use that. Everybody uses that. So that way, the dose calibration does not change from facility to facility. Why it is necessary that all facilities follow the same protocol? Because we do clinical trials. If everybody is doing a different way, we don't know who is giving what dose. So that's the main reason of having a reference condition, is to make sure that all the centers who are participating on these clinical trials, or if you are looking at a clinical outcome from the proton dose or any kind of radiation dose, we should know exactly how much dose you are giving, I am giving, everybody is giving. Okay, so that's why reference calibration under reference condition is very important. Okay. So if you are using a device which needs to be calibrated on a known dose, that calibration should be traceable to a primary standard lab. Some primary standard lab is there, your chamber is calibrated with respect to them, my chamber is calibrated with respect to them. Sometimes it's difficult to go to the primary standard lab, then there are secondary also, that's called standard dose laboratories also, that they can provide that calibration because they have a chamber which is calibrated with the primary. Okay, that's what you can do. I think in India you have some, maybe BARC, maybe somewhere there you have some secondary dose calibration labs. No primary standard exists for proton beams. The standard for X-ray beams is cobalt 60. Okay, is it true or for many brachytherapy sources? Many brachytherapy sources, they don't have a traceable standard. You just use it with reference to a calibrated well chamber and all kinds of things. But there's also many brachytherapy sources don't have a standard calibration also. Okay, so calorimeter will be good primary standard for proton beams. But they have also uncertainties. But there are some dedicated calorimetrists. The one is in Canada. They have a national research laboratory, Ottawa, and one is in England. There are two groups. They have dedicated their whole life in developing proton calibration standards with calorimeter, and they claim now they have a portable calorimeter which can be sent to different proton facility, and you can compare, you can calibrate your ion chamber with respect to their calorimeter. Okay, so I already stated that calorimeter based standards are being developed. Okay, let's look at what is the calorimeter principle. If a material of a known specific heat is irradiated in adiabatic condition, that means none of the heat is lost. All the heat is staying wherever it is irradiated. That is a very difficult condition to meet. So that is one of the difficulties in calorimetry. You have to have a adiabatic condition that nothing is lost. If something is lost, then the heat is produced, but the irradiation is not properly measured. So it has to be maintained. You have to maintain the adiabatic condition. The absorbed energy is converted to heat, and the temperature of the material will increase by delta T. Then dose will become, this is, I have forgotten what is this, a factor joules, some factor here times C into delta T. Oh boy, I am becoming too old now. I used to remember this one, something like that. Okay, so the joules constant or something like that. Okay, I'm sorry. My thermodynamics I have forgotten. After working as a clinical physicist for many years, I started forgetting very basic things, and that's what happened. I'll find out and tell you, or if you find out, tell me tomorrow. So there's a constant. This is a constant factor. Heat to some conversion, energy to heat conversion factor or something like that. Okay. So this takes, and from there you can always calculate the dose now. Okay. All right. So these doses can be measured by something called a thermistor. There is something called what is a bridge? Wheatstone bridge. Do you remember Wheatstone bridge? Okay. The Wheatstone bridge, from there you can measure very small changes. Okay. So bridge output signal, for the you can measure these small changes in the temperature. Okay. Because the temperature rise is very small. So you have to have the capability of measuring very small changes. Okay. Measuring very small changes. Okay. Simple theory, difficult in practice. Okay. Simple in theory, but difficult in practice. That's what my conclusion from is. Limitations. Difficult in measuring small temperature change. 2 gray of radiation will make the temperature change is 0.5 millikelvin. Okay, so very small change. For less than 0.5% uncertainty, you have to have an ability to measure the temperature change with a 0.25 micro K range. Okay, uncertainty in thermistor calibration, correction for deviation from adiabatic condition, existence of a thermal defect. Part of energy doesn't always appear as heat. Some of them are lost in other processes. Non-tissue requirement of the core material. Proton beam related limitations, high dose gradient and dynamics of the dose delivery can have certain introduce some other uncertainties. But as I mentioned, there are labs, there are scientists, dedicated scientists. They have tried to correct for all these, remove all these limitations, and they have come up with a feasible and viable standard portable calorimeter that you can bring to your lab and to your facility and calibrate, check your ionization chamber calibration. Okay, I'll give you my thoughts about how accurately this dose can be determined. Okay, I do calibration as much as accurate as possible, but you see, The in radiation therapy, there are so many all other uncertainties, especially the biological uncertainties. If you lose sleepless nights for 0.5%, it's not worth it. Okay, but there are people, dedicated scientists, they want to bring it down within 0.5%. Okay, that's possible. I'll show you what are the uncertainties in dose calibration. Okay. So these are the ion chamber beam calibration, most widely in practice. There is a protocol that we will use to do our calibration. That's called IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, Technical Report Series 392 protocol for the latest protocol. This protocol is very has a wide scope. It all not only gives you how to calibrate the proton beam, it also gives how to calibrate the X-ray beam also, electron beam also. It's a very broad. But we, from our point of our need, we have to look at that part of the protocol where it is applicable for protons. It is very similar to TG51 calibration from AAPM, and ICRU, this is another agency that which makes recommendation how to use the protons. So they have adapted 398 and with some small changes. This TRS 398 has recently gone through some revisions because of those people who want to reduce the uncertainties in the dose calibration. So they have come up with some new factors which changing probably by less than 0.5% or something. But we will all, if everybody adapts, that's good. If some people adapt and others don't, then that's bad. So we have to have a time when everybody should change the new system. Okay, and you have to have a way how to quantify the dose of the already treated patients also. So that is the problem if you change the dose calibration protocol. Okay. Beam calibration is a protocol, uses the NDW from the accredited dosimetry calibrator. That's how your chamber is calibrated for cobalt-60. And because the chamber is calibrated to cobalt-60, you tell me when to stop. What time is now? I don't have my watch.
3:44.
Okay, we have 15 minutes. Okay, well, hopefully I'll finish the beam calibration and reference standard, so we can do something else, start the non-reference condition. Okay, so the beam, the chamber is ion chamber is calibrated for cobalt-60, but you are not calibrating a cobalt-60 beam. So you are calibrating a proton beam. So you have to have a quality factor for that beam determined. How the response of the chamber is going to change when you put it into a proton beam. So that factor you have to know, KQ, okay, in order to determine the dose for the proton beam. Okay, and this protocol requires the chamber to be at a center of a broad beam, spread out Bragg peak. It is not, you don't put the chamber in the Bragg peak. Because why? Because the Bragg peak has a large dose gradient. And if you put a finite size chamber in the dose gradient, then your dose, the dose what you are measuring is changing. Okay, so if accurate position is very, very important. So that's why the beam calibration, that when you do in a reference condition, you do not calibrate them in a high dose gradient region. That is also true in a photon beam. You wanted to make sure the dose distribution within the volume of the chamber is as less gradient as possible. Otherwise, you have to make a gradient correction. Okay, that's a gradient correction. In electron beams, probably they do a gradient correction that is applied. In photon beam also there is a gradient correction that is applied. Okay, so the chambers. But for proton beams, the recommendation is that you do in a SOBP where the dose gradient, the dose distribution is very flat. Okay, you can do it also in the scanning beam. As you see in the depth dose curve in the entrance, there is not much gradient. So you can do an entrance dose calibration also. That's called valley calibration. That's possible also. So the important point is you don't put a chamber to calibrate the beam in a high dose gradient region in protons. So what do you measure? You measure the charge generated in ion chamber. IC stands for ion chamber. Conversion of the charge to dose through ion chamber dose to water calibration coefficient from ADCL. Okay, NDW, ADCL. So you have the KQ factor. Then you know how much charge is generated. Your calibration factor gives you the dose per nanocoulombs or something. Okay, so you know what are the nanocoulombs you generate. you have a calibration factor, you multiply it, so you get the dose, okay, in centigrade. But you have to apply the correction for the quality factor, KQ. Certain amount of charge covered by dose adjust to get, okay. What is MU? What is a monitor unit? Okay, just like in Linux you have a monitor unit, there's a monitor unit chamber. Similarly, we also define what a monitor unit for your beam. That definition takes place during the commissioning. You define that what is your MU. MU is a certain amount of charge generated in the dose monitor, and those charges normally get digitized. Then you have some pulse counts, and then you decide, okay, 1 MU is this much of a pulse. So that number of pulses is determined so that you get a 1 centigrade per MU in a decent number of pulses, okay, decent number of pulses, okay. So that's why that number of charges that from the monitor, from the main monitor, that you called 1 monitor unit is determined during the commissioning. And normally the manufacturer has done some experiment and done some Monte Carlo simulation to tell you that how many pulses that you call monitor units, okay. So that's how it is done. Certain amount of charge collected by the dose monitor adjustable to get desired dose per MU, whatever you want, you can adjust that one. Just like you might not have done much calibration in a Varian machine. Varian machine has a potentiometer. That potentiometer you adjusted when I was doing calibration of those machines. But nowadays they have changed probably to something. I cannot tell you because I have not worked with a Varian machine for a long time. So you can ask your colleagues who are working the calibration how their monitor is defined. When there is a potentiometer adjustment, there are certain resistance or certain amount of things that for which the beam is calibrated. If the dosage is coming out low, you change it and to make it 1 centigrade per 1 MU if that is the goal. But 1 centigrade per 1 MU is not always the goal. If your calibration is 1.05 centigrade per MU, let that be. And you use that your calculation of a dose for other beams for non-reference conditions. But it's a good thing that to get 1 centigrade per MU is always a desirable goal, so that it makes life simpler. Okay. What next? Ion chamber based. Okay. So what do you have? I might have made a mistake, but try to see. This is NDW. Then is the reading. Then the electrometer, that you are going to use to calibrate the beam has also some calibration factor. They want whether they're measuring the correct charge or not. So how the electrometer is calibrated? They have a known charge and see that if the electrometer is measuring that known charge or not. If not, then you have a calibration factor. Okay. So and then you have, because the chamber is open to the environment. Like the temperature and the pressure outside, because the air is not a sealed chamber. It's communicating to the outside, and the volume of the air is depending upon the temperature, environmental temperature and pressure. So you have to reduce your calibration to a standard temperature and pressure condition. So that's why that is called a temperature pressure correction. And then of course what happened is, what polarity you are applying to the electrodes in the chamber. The chamber is calibrated on a certain polarity, so you have to make sure that you are doing your measurement in that polarity. If you are doing in a different polarity, you have to apply a polarity correction. Okay, that's called a polarity correction. So your chamber you have to know at what polarity your chamber is calibrated. Okay, in the ADCL. So, and then of course this is the ion recombination correction, and there is a prescription how to calculate it, and then you give the divided by MU. Then you get a dose per MU. NDW is a cobalt-60 water calibration factor. KQ is the specific chamber and calibration beam. Annual calibration is usually done by ADCL calibrated chamber in water. Daily and weekly, monthly checks are done in cross-calibrated with an ADCL calibrated ion chamber. So it depends that calibration, sending a chamber for calibration lab to be calibrated costs about $500 in USA. And once you calibrate, then you have a calibrated chamber. So, but sometimes there is a money concern that you can have so many chambers calibrated by the ADCL lab. There is a waiting time or money concern. So you can do a cross calibration. You take your calibrated chamber and irradiate it to the same dose and see that how much is the response of your other chamber. and then you have a cross calibration factor that you cannot use it for your annual calibration of the beam or TRS 398 calibration. It is just for a constancy check. In a monthly QA, daily QA, you don't need a calibrated chamber. Then you do cross calibration with your ADCL calibrated chamber. So these are the reference conditions defined in TRS 398. It's a long list of things that you have to satisfy. The material in which the chamber is put is water. The chamber type has to be cylindrical or plain parallel. But if the range is very small, then you have to use a plain parallel chamber. We'll come to discuss this residual range in detail. Measurement, middle of the SOBP. The reference point of a chamber for plain parallel chamber is the inner surface of the window at the center. For cylindrical chamber, it's on the central axis, on the center of the cavity volume. Position of a reference point for plain parallel chamber at the measurement depth you put it. SSD, clinical treatment distance. Field size 10 by 10 or that used for normalization of output factor whichever is larger. For small field application, eye treatment 10 by 10 or the largest field clinically available. So these are the reference conditions. So when you are doing your beam calibration, you have to specify these parameters. You must use water, you must specify what is your residual range and what is your SOBP width and what is your G reference, where you put the chamber and what kind of chamber you used and what kind of SSD you use. Okay, so these are the things that are to be specified in your calibration the sheet. So KQ is determined from the cobalt 60 to protons. Okay, these are the factors, the WAR for cobalt 60 and WAR for proton, and these are restricted stopping power in air to water ratio, air to air water ratio for cobalt 60, and this is for proton beam, P wall, P cell, P, all kinds of corrections that you need. So these quantities are very well established for cobalt 60. These quantities are not very well established for proton beam. So even this water to air stopping power ratio for proton beam are obtained from Monte Carlo simulation, and this is from theoretical calculation. I have not discussed what Monte Carlo calculation. I am hoping all of you have some idea, but we can spend 5 minutes discussing Monte Carlo simulation sometime later. These things are all assumed to be unit 1 for protons. So what happened is this KQ requires you to know this and this and this, and then you can get the KQ. And IAEA 398 report, the authors of that report has done a tremendous job. So they have given, I hope this KQ values. These are KQ values for large number of chambers. So as a clinical physicist, we don't have to go and do this calculation. You just take it from there. But this is not listing all the chambers. But why do you buy a chamber which is not listed? You go and buy a chamber what is listed here to keep your job simple. Okay? So that's why first, before you build a proton therapy center, make sure what chamber you need and buy that one for which KQ is available. Okay? So, proton center you spend millions. A chamber costs couple of thousand. So you can buy a number of chambers just for do your redundancy check. One of the things you have to be careful when you do a chamber for beam calibration, how do you know that your chamber is not damaged? Okay? So that is the most important thing for you to make sure that you handle the chamber correctly, and you have to have a way to know if your chamber is correctly working or not. So that's why when we do beam calibration, we normally don't do with one chamber. We do with multiple chambers just to make sure that the chamber is working. And there is a principle, guiding principle for handling, for checking this ion chamber. So what you do, you have a long-lived isotope. Put that chamber at a particular fixed position and take a reading. And every time you are going to use, put that chamber there and take the reading so that you know that my chamber is not damaged. Many people don't do it because they don't have a long-lived source and they don't have time to do this. But that is what is recommended. Okay, if you for a responsible physicist, as a responsible physicist, we need to implement that. It's not done in our center. Also, we don't do it. When I was at a small place where I have certain authority to tell people what to do, not to do, I used to do that. Okay, I have a cesium source. I go and put my chamber there, but I didn't have the luxury to have so many chambers. But here we have plenty of chambers calibrated, so we can do cross calibration. Okay, so either you have many chambers to check with each other, or you do a irradiate it to a long-lived radioactive source. Okay, in a controlled position, that your position bearing that will change. So you have to make sure that you have designed a jig where the chamber can be put at the same condition that when you took the reference reading. Okay, make sense? Okay. The another important thing in doing calibration is the beam quality specification. What is the proton beam quality? This is a proton beam quality. This is a pristine unmodulated beam. This is a modulated beam. Modulated beam means that is the beams different Bragg peaks are combined to give a SOBP. SOBP stands for what? Spread out Bragg peak. At least you remember that one. It's no longer a Greek term for you. Okay. So we know what a SOBP is. Okay? At least that much you can tell. Okay. So what happened is you put a chamber at the center of a SOBP here, and that becomes your and this is a practical range where the depth dose falls to 10% of the peak value. Okay, this is the practical range of the beam. Then you measure the distance of your reference point to that practical range. That's called a residual range. That is called a residual range, and that specifies the beam quality in proton beams. Everybody uses that. You can have another definition, but this is the protocol definition. That's a residual range. What residual range is telling that the energy of the beam at this location is such that it has only the range of this much. It can go penetrate up to this much. Okay, so you can this is giving you what is the range of the beam that is where you are calibrating. What is the energy of the beam where you are calibrating your dose monitor? Okay, so that is the residual range. Residual range gives you the range of the beam, how far it can go from there. From there, how far it can go. That's the residual range. So once you know this one, then your beam quality is specified. And then if you go here, all these KQ factors are given in terms of this residual range. Okay. So you have this PTW Farmer chamber 30302. Then you have Marcus chamber rules NACP. And I think there is I don't have it right now, but in the protocol there is a couple of pages of chambers listed. Okay, so that's why you can determine the KQ. But the good thing, another thing to remember, if the residual, this is mostly it is flat. Mostly it is flat, the KQ. But if you put too close to this residual range, where the residual range will be too close? The residual range will be too close if you put the chamber somewhere else. Okay, so if you put that there very close to the Bragg peak, then your residual range will be, oh, where did I move too far? Okay, then your residual range will be too small, then the KQ factor will be changing. Okay, but mostly if you are in this region, the KQ is pretty flat, which is a good thing, that you cannot make too much of a mistake. Okay, so that's why you choose. That's why they recommend you to put it in the center of SOBP. So that way your the residual range is in a region where the KQ factor is not changing much. Of course, this is only 7% variation, but 7% variation, if you put it here, that variation is pretty large. You don't want to use that region to do the calibration. But there are situations in which you are trying to measure a dose in the distal follow-up region. You cannot use the KQ from here. You have to use the KQ from here. Okay. But for calibration, don't put it there. For dose determination, you may have to put it there. Okay, on dose. Fluence-based reference dosimetry. That is what Faraday cup. So you have the fluence and you have the stopping power, and the dose is determined here. Needs determination of incident particle fluence and a knowledge of the collision stopping power in water. So this SW is known within 2%. So fluence can be measured by Faraday cup, and then you can get a dose. Okay. Some people use Faraday cup to do the dose measurement, some places, okay? Because because they don't have to go have a ionization chamber calibration and all kinds of things. So these are the uncertainties in a reference dosimetry. Water calorimetry, the uncertainty is less than 1%, 0.6%. Graphite calorimetry, 1.4%. Ion chamber, the calibration uncertainty is 2.3%. The people who are designing new protocols, they are trying to make it reduce it much below the 2%, which is a good thing. Faraday cup is same, okay? We use ADCL calibrated ion chamber for our reference dosimetry. At a Paul Scherrer Institute in Switzerland, they use Faraday cup to determine the number of protons per mu, but ion chamber is used to determine the dose under reference conditions. So they do use both. What next? I finished 6. So lecture 7 will start tomorrow, okay? So we'll look at it tomorrow, dosimetry under non-reference conditions. We know now, you know where the proton is accelerated, how the proton is coming out of the nozzle, how the proton beam is spread, and you know how to do the calibration. The next thing is how to treat the patient, how to do the patient treatment, measure the dose for treatment planning commissioning. Once you finish treatment planning commissioning, you are ready for doing plan, okay? And then do the patient verification, okay? That's my goal. You do planning, you go and do a dose verification, get ready for treating a patient. So you can go and tell your boss, I am ready to do work at Proton Center, okay? In 5 days. Okay. We'll call it a quit, but I am happy to take your questions, okay? So come back tomorrow, tell me that what you learned from today, okay? That's all. Think about it, okay? And you have to make the old man a little happy, okay? By the time I go, I came too far, 10,000 miles, okay?